Story 1. During dinner, my sister said she was pregnant and that the father is my husband. But then I revealed a secret. You know when you think you know the people closest to you, when you believe that no matter what problems exist, certain lines would never be crossed. Well, I thought so, too. My name is Marina. I'm 29 years old, and this is the story of how I discovered that some people are capable of anything to get what they want. It was a Thursday in March when I received news of my promotion. After 4 years working as a project manager at a tech company in Austin, Texas, I would finally be commercial director. I couldn't stop smiling at the office. I called David, my husband, and Beatrice, my younger sister, to share the joy. Let's celebrate at Terzo tonight, I suggested. Terzo was that chic Italian restaurant where a meal cost more than minimum wage. But I could afford it. I worked hard for this. I arrived at the restaurant first, wearing that navy blue dress that David always said looked perfect on me. I chose a table in a more secluded corner. I wanted privacy to celebrate. The dining room was full of executives and elegant couples. The kind of environment where I felt comfortable after years building my career. When I saw them arriving together, I found it strange. Beatrice was radiant with a smile I hadn't seen in a long time, and David seemed nervous. He always got a bit uncomfortable in expensive places. But there was something different that night. A tension in the air that I couldn't identify. Congratulations on the promotion, Mari. Beatrice hugged me with suspicious effusiveness. She was never very demonstrative with affection, especially with me. We ordered a $200 bottle of Chianti, and I started telling them about the new projects I would lead, the 40% salary increase, the possibilities for international growth. Beatrice listened with too much attention. David kept fidgeting with his napkin. Actually, Beatrice interrupted in the middle of my excitement. We also have news to share. She took David's hand across the table, and my stomach nodded inexplicably. I'm pregnant. The world stopped. Literally stopped. The restaurant voices became a distant buzz. The lights seemed to flicker, and I stared at my sister's hand intertwined with my husband's as if it were a mirage. Pregnant. Beatrice was pregnant with David's child. I know it's a complicated situation. David spoke for the first time since they arrived, his voice trailing off. But it happened, and we fell in love. They watched me with a mixture of expectation and poorly disguised satisfaction. It was as if they were waiting for me to explode, scream, make a scene that would give the other tables something interesting to talk about later. But I couldn't do anything but stare. My sister, Beatrice, whom I helped pay for college when our parents couldn't, was there holding my husband's hand, pregnant with his child, telling me this on the day of my promotion. How long? I managed to ask, my voice coming out strangely calm. 3 months, Beatrice replied, running her hand over her still imperceptible belly. It started right after your birthday. My birthday had been in December. It was May. 3 months of betrayal, 3 months of lies, 3 months of them laughing at me while I worked 12 hours a day to get this promotion I so wanted to share with the people I loved. Marina, say something? David asked. And for the first time in years, I really looked at him, really paid attention to the man I had been married to for 4 years. He looked relieved, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, as if this was liberating for him. What do you want me to say? I asked, still in that strange voice that didn't sound like mine. Congratulations. Beatrice laughed, a nervous laugh, but genuine. Look, Mari, I know it's not easy, but these things happen. Love is right. And the baby. She ran her hand over her belly again. The baby needs both parents together. I picked up my purse slowly, left 2 $50 bills on the table, more than enough to cover my part of the bill, and stood up. I'm going home. You do whatever you want. As I walked toward the exit, I heard David calling my name, but I didn't turn around. In the wall mirror of the restaurant, I could see their reflections still sitting at the table. Beatrice was smiling. Throughout childhood, Beatrice lived in my shadow, and this irritated her deeply. I was the older daughter, the responsible one, the one who got good grades without having to try very hard. She was the youngest, the spoiled one, the one our parents protected from everything. But for some reason, this was never enough for her. We grew up in a middle-class family in San Antonio. Our father worked as an accountant at an oil company. Our mother was an elementary school teacher. We weren't rich, but we didn't lack anything either. Even so, Beatrice always had the impression that she deserved more. When I got a full scholarship to study business administration at the University of Texas, Beatrice made sure to say it was rich girl's luck. When I graduated with honors and got an internship at a multinational in Austin, she commented that I always knew how to sell myself. When I bought my first apartment at 25, she asked if I wasn't being too ambitious. The worst part is that she really believed she deserved the same things I had, but without the effort. As if success was a matter of luck or favoritism, not hard work and sacrifice. Beatrice studied graphic design at a public university, graduated without much distinction, and since then jumped from job to job, always complaining that bosses didn't recognize her potential. Our parents always tried to balance things out. When I bought my new Honda Civic, they bought a used one for her, too. When I started earning well, they increased the help they gave her to pay rent for a small apartment in downtown San Antonio. It was as if they were trying to compensate for my success by keeping Beatrice at the same level artificially. She always asked about my salary, my investments, the apartment's value. Just sisterly curiosity, she'd say. But there was an intensity in the way she asked that bothered me. Now I understood it wasn't curiosity. It was pure envy mixed with greed that I refused to see. When I met David at a work party 5 years ago, Beatrice made sure to say he wasn't my type. He was handsome, nice, worked as a salesman at a BMW dealership. He earned reasonably well by Texas standards, about $5,000 a month with commissions, but nothing compared to my $8,000 salary that soon became $12,000. Still, I fell in love. He was fun, affectionate, made me laugh after stressful days at the office. David had a simplicity that attracted me, an uncomplicated way of seeing life that contrasted with my nature of always planning 3 steps ahead. Beatrice was always polite with David, but I noticed a certain tension, especially when we all went out together and the bill arrived. David sometimes felt embarrassed when I paid for restaurants that cost $100 per person or when we bought concert tickets that cost $200 each. Beatrice observed all this with that calculating look I knew well, but preferred to ignore. "You support him, don't you?" she asked once when David went to the bathroom during a family lunch at Olive Garden. "I don't support him," I replied, irritated. "We split things proportionally to our income." It was true. David paid the bills he could. Groceries, gas, some household bills, and I covered the rest. It worked for us. But for Beatrice, that was more proof that I had too much luck. A brilliant career, a beautiful 2-bedroom apartment in Austin, a dedicated husband, investments that grew month by month, as if I hadn't fought for every achievement, as if everything had fallen from the sky. I got home and the apartment was exactly as I had left it that morning. Made bed, dishes washed, everything in place. It was strange how life could completely fall apart and things could remain exactly the same. David's toothbrush was still there in the bathroom, his clothes in the closet, that ridiculous Dallas Cowboys mug he'd gotten in a dealership promotion. I sat on the beige leather sofa in the living room, still in my dress and high heels, and stared into the void. My head was strangely quiet, as if my brain had shut down the emotion processing system. I knew I should be crying, screaming, breaking things, but all I felt was a kind of numbness, like when you hit your elbow and can't feel your arm for a few minutes. David didn't come home that night, obviously. At 2 o'clock in the morning, I received a message. "I'm at B's house. We'll talk tomorrow. D." He called my sister B, as if they'd been intimate for years, as if I didn't exist, as if our 4 years of marriage were just an inconvenient obstacle that had finally been removed. I spent the night awake, walking through the 120 square meters of the apartment, trying to understand how I had gotten there. How hadn't I noticed the signs? Were there signs? David working later in recent weeks. Beatrice asking about my schedule whenever she called. Both of them arriving together at the restaurant as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Now that I thought about it, Beatrice had appeared a lot in Austin in recent months. "I came to see some clients," she'd say. Beatrice worked as a freelance graphic designer, so it was plausible that she had projects in the city, but Austin was only an hour and a half from San Antonio. Why did she always stay in hotels? Why didn't she ever ask to sleep on my couch like she used to? When the sun rose, I was still on the couch with my dress wrinkled and makeup smeared. My iPhone showed 17 missed calls from my mother. Beatrice had told her everything, probably in a romanticized version where they were two lovers who couldn't resist the cruel fate that made them meet through me. I called the office and said I wouldn't be going to work. Simone, my assistant, noticed something was wrong from the tone of my voice, but didn't insist. Call me if you need anything, Marina. You never miss work. It must be something important. She was one of the few people I could trust completely. I went to take a shower, trying to wash away the sticky feeling from that night. Under the hot water, I finally cried. Not dramatic movie tears, but that tired crying of someone who had just lost two important people at once. My sister and my husband. The two I loved most in the world had betrayed me in the cruelest way possible. When I got out of the shower, I had 3 messages from Beatrice. Mari, we need to talk. It wasn't how we wanted you to find out. Call me, please. I know it's difficult, but we can resolve this like adults. I deleted them all without responding. For the first time in years, I spent the entire day doing absolutely nothing productive. I watched Netflix, ordered Chinese food that cost $40 and arrived cold, ignored the phone that rang every 2 hours. It was as if I needed a whole day to process the fact that my life had completely changed overnight. That evening, David showed up to get some clothes. He still had the keys. Still felt entitled to enter the apartment I had bought alone as if nothing had happened. He tried to talk, explain, justify himself while packing a suitcase with his things. It wasn't planned, Mari. It just happened. As if betrayal were a meteorological accident, something beyond human control. B was going through a difficult time, needed someone to talk to. How long have you been together? I asked, watching him fold the polo shirts I had bought for him at Nordstrom. Officially since January. For months. For months of lies, fake kisses, empty I love yous before sleep. While I worked 60 hours a week to get the promotion, dreaming of our future together, he was building a new life with my sister. I'm going to find a lawyer, I warned, sitting on the king-sized bed I had bought the year before. David stopped packing his suitcase and looked at me for the first time since he arrived. Mari, it doesn't have to be like this. We can resolve everything among ourselves civilly. Divide things fairly without complications. Civilly. Divide things fairly. As if betrayal were an issue that could be resolved with politeness and goodwill. As if he had any right to what I had built. After he left, taking 2 suitcases and promising to come back on the weekend to get the rest, I called Helena, my best friend since college and a family law attorney in Houston. I told her everything, trying to keep my voice steady. Helena listened to me in silence, and when I finished, sighed deeply. Marina, I'm so sorry. I know how much you loved him and trusted your sister. She paused. About the divorce, I need you to bring all the marriage documents, bank statements, deeds, proof of income, investments, everything. I'll put together the best case possible for you. Helena, I don't care about the money. I just want this to end quickly. Don't say that, Marina. You fought hard to build what you have. You're not going to hand it over to someone who betrayed you. Do you have any idea how much your assets are worth today? I didn't have an exact idea, but I knew it was substantial. The apartment was worth at least $400,000. I had about $100,000 in investments, a stake in a startup worth at least $50,000, plus the new salary of $16,000 monthly. I scheduled the meeting for the following week and hung up. That's when I remembered I needed to organize all the important documents. It wasn't something I did regularly. Who thinks about divorce when they're happy in marriage? I went to the office I had set up in the 2nd bedroom of the apartment, where I kept everything organized in colored folders like a person obsessed with control. Bank statements from the last 2 years. Tax returns. Investment statements from Fidelity and Charles Schwab. It was impressive to see on paper everything I had achieved at 29. I was proud of what I had built, but now everything seemed so fragile, as if it could disappear because of a betrayal and a poorly conducted divorce process. I took the green folder where I kept the marriage documents. Birth certificate. Marriage certificate from Travis County. Contract for. I stopped with the marriage certificate in my hand, frowning. There was something written there about property regime that suddenly caught my attention. Separate property regime, complete separation of assets. Why complete separation? Most couples in Texas chose community property, partial community of assets. That's when I remembered vaguely, like a memory that was stored in a dusty drawer of my brain. Prenuptial agreement. I had insisted on making a prenuptial agreement 4 years ago. I ran to the small safe I had installed in the bedroom closet. It had been so long since I'd opened it that I almost forgot the combination. My birthday inverted. Inside, between the apartment deed and my passport, there it was. A sealed envelope with the seals of the Travis County Clerk's office. Prenuptial agreement. Marina Santos Silva and David Oliveira Ferreira. My hands trembled as I opened the envelope. I vaguely remembered insisting on this at the time, but the details were hazy. It had been 4 years ago. I was so in love and happy that the legal aspects of marriage seemed just a necessary formality to officialize our love. But now, alone in the bedroom at 2 o'clock in the morning, holding those pages printed on letterhead from the law firm, I felt something I hadn't experienced in days. A hint of hope. Maybe, just maybe, I wouldn't lose everything I had built. Maybe there was something in those papers that could protect me from my sister's greed and my husband's irresponsibility. I took a deep breath, turned on the bedside lamp, and began reading every word with the attention of someone deciphering their own future. The memory came back like a movie being rewound. It was a sunny Saturday in April, 2 weeks before our wedding. I was 25 and had just signed the purchase contract for my first apartment. A modern 2-bedroom loft in downtown Austin that cost $350,000. David was nervous about the ceremony preparations, complaining about costs that were getting out of control. "Mari, are you sure you need all this?" he said, looking at the vendor list spread on my kitchen table. $15,000 catering, $8,000 photographer, $12,000 decoration. It's a lot of money. A lot. It was a lot of money indeed. Especially for him, who earned about $4,000 a month at the BMW dealership, for me, who had just received a substantial promotion and was earning $12,000 monthly. It was an investment in our special day. But I understood his concern. He had grown up in a family where every dollar was counted. "David, relax. I'll pay most of it. You contribute what you can. What's important is us being together, celebrating our love." It was in this context that I mentioned the prenuptial agreement, not as mistrust, but as natural protection for someone who had significant assets. My lawyer at the time, Dr. Patricia Williams, had suggested it during the apartment purchase. "Marina, you're young, successful, and accumulating assets rapidly. A prenup is sensible, especially when there's significant difference in assets between spouses. It's not mistrust, it's intelligent protection." When I talked to David about this on a Tuesday night, he laughed. Literally laughed, almost spitting out the Shiner Bock beer he was drinking. "Prenuptial? Isn't that rich people nonsense? We love each other, Mari. Love doesn't need papers to prove anything. These things are for couples who enter marriage already thinking about divorce. It's not about love, David. It's legal protection for both of us. If something goes wrong, nothing will go wrong," he interrupted me, pulling my hand. "We're going to be happy forever. You're being paranoid, baby." He made a face like he didn't understand the necessity, but eventually agreed when I explained it was something that would make me more comfortable. "If it's important to you, fine. But honestly, I think you're complicating something that should be simple." We went to Dr. Williams's office on a Thursday morning. I remember David was hungover because he had gone out with his dealership colleagues the night before for the last bachelor's outing. He arrived 15 minutes late, somewhat sleepy, complaining that he had lost an important sale because of the appointment. "Sorry, Mari. Had to come straight from work. Johnson wanted to close a deal today, but I said I had an important appointment with you." Dr. Williams, an elegant 50-year-old woman with gray hair and impeccable suits, explained the basic terms with the patience of someone who had given that presentation hundreds of times. Complete separation of assets. Each spouse maintains their individual patrimony. No division in case of divorce except for assets acquired jointly with clear proof of mutual contribution. It's important to understand, she said, looking mainly at David, that this agreement protects both parties. If you acquire significant assets during the marriage, they will also be protected. You understand, David? I asked, observing his somewhat lost expression. Yes. Each one keeps what's theirs, right? Makes sense. It made no sense at all that he had understood completely, because David never showed interest in complex legal or financial matters. When I tried to talk about investments or financial planning, he would change the subject or make jokes about me being too uptight with money. But he signed all the pages with the ease of signing a grocery list. 15 pages of dense legal text. Specific clauses about properties, investments, future businesses, inheritance. David barely read the section titles there. Now you can marry in peace, Dr. Williams said, smiling as she stamped and filed the copies. I hope to never see you here professionally again. On the way back, driving my Honda Civic through Austin streets, David commented, I still think this contract thing is kind of weird, but if it makes you calmer, what's important is that in 2 weeks, we'll be married, husband and wife forever. He really didn't understand what he had signed. For David, that was just another necessary bureaucracy to officialize our love, like getting the marriage license or choosing the rings. He didn't comprehend that he was giving up any right to my present and future patrimony. And I, in love and confident that we would be happy forever, didn't mind his lack of attention to details. After all, love was more important than any paper, wasn't it? We were going to build a life together, share everything, be a modern and partnered couple. The contract was just a formality that would never be necessary. How wrong I was. Now, for years later, alone in the bedroom at 3 o'clock in the morning with the contract in my hands, I finally understood the value of that rich people nonsense. I read each page with redoubled attention, as if I were deciphering a secret code that could save my life. The legal words that at the time seemed just formality, now shone on the page like precious diamonds. Complete separation of property. Each spouse shall maintain individual ownership of all property owned prior to marriage and all property acquired during the marriage. Property acquired during marriage. The apartment I bought before getting married. The investments I made monthly. The stock applications. The stake in the tech startup I bought 2 years ago. All of this was exclusively mine. In the event of dissolution of marriage, there shall be no division of property, with each party retaining the entirety of their individual assets. Dissolution of marriage. There shall be no division of property. David had no right to anything, absolutely nothing of what I had built. I continued reading, looking for some clause that could complicate things, some loophole he could use to claim part of my patrimony, but there wasn't any. The contract was crystal clear, comprehensive, and bulletproof. Dr. Williams had done impeccable work. Spousal support waiver. Both parties hereby waive any right to spousal support, alimony, or maintenance from the other party. Alimony. David had no right even to alimony. And considering he earned much less than me, theoretically, he would be the one who could ask for financial support. For the first time in 3 days, I smiled. A small smile, but genuine. David had signed his own financial sentence 4 years ago without even realizing it. And Beatrice, oh Beatrice, she had probably seduced my husband, thinking he would be her gateway to a financially comfortable life. What delicious irony. I continued reading the specific clauses. Debt separation, each one responsible for their own. Future businesses, corporate participation remained individual. Intellectual property, royalties, and patents were not shared. Inheritance, assets received from family remained with the original recipient. It was complete armor. David had no right to a cent of what I had built, and more importantly, I had no responsibility for his debts. I remembered he had financed a Ford F-150 pickup the year before, plus had a high-limit credit card that he used frequently. I took my laptop and started making a mental list of my current patrimony. Apartment valued at least $400,000. Investments in stocks and funds totaling about $100,000. Stake in the startup I founded with 2 college colleagues worth at least $50,000 in the last contribution. Checking and savings accounts with $40,000. Paid off car valued at $20,000. More than $600,000 in net worth at 29. And David had no right to any of it. Even better, my new salary as commercial director would be $16,000 monthly, plus performance-based bonuses that could reach $20,000 per month in the best quarters. While David would continue earning his $4,000 or $5,000 monthly selling cars. I stored the contract back in the safe, but first took photos of all pages with my iPhone. I sent the images to Helena by email with the subject, "From God." She responded in 15 minutes, even though it was almost 4 in the morning. "Marina, this changes everything. Call me tomorrow." For the first time since that horrible dinner at Terzo, I managed to sleep a few hours. And for the first time in years, I dreamed about my future. A future where I was completely free to be whoever I wanted to be without anyone trying to steal what I had built. I woke up the next morning with a mental clarity I hadn't felt in days. While having coffee in my modern kitchen, looking out the 10th floor window at the Austin skyline, I began connecting dots that before seemed like innocent coincidences. Beatrice had always shown suspicious interest in my financial life. It wasn't just fraternal curiosity. There was a calculating intensity in her questions that now made complete sense. "How much do you pay in rent for this apartment?" she had asked during a visit last year. When I explained it was financed, not rented, her eyes lit up. "Wow, it must be worth a fortune." She asked about my salary with uncommon frequency. "Mari, how much are you earning now?" "Just to situate myself in the market," she'd say, as if she were comparing with her own opportunities as a freelancer. When I mentioned I was investing in stocks, she wanted to know specific amounts. "I'm thinking about starting to invest, too. I need a reference." I remembered a specific conversation during last year's Christmas. We were at our parents' house in San Antonio, and Beatrice had had a few too many glasses of wine. "Mari, do you realize how frustrating it is to see you having everything? Beautiful apartment, new car, trips, expensive clothes, while I kill myself working and can barely pay rent. Beatrice, you can have all this too. It's a matter of working hard and making smart choices," I replied, trying to be encouraging. "Oh sure, everyone has the same opportunities, right? You were always the perfect daughter, the smart one, the one who gets everything easy. I have to kill myself to get crumbs." At the time, I thought it was just the wine talking. Now I realized it was envy and resentment accumulated over years. Beatrice genuinely believed she deserved what I had, but without the corresponding effort. And David, poor David, he was never an ambitious person financially. He was satisfied with his dealership salary, with his simple life of weekend beer and football on television. But I noticed how he sometimes looked at the things I bought with a mixture of admiration and discomfort. $400 for a purse, Mari? That's almost my rent," he commented when I bought a Coach bag at Nordstrom. It wasn't criticism. It was more like he was trying to process a financial world completely different from his. Beatrice had probably planted seeds in his head. "Imagine when you two get divorced, David. Half of all this will be yours." She didn't know about the prenuptial agreement because I never told anyone in the family. It was a private matter between me and my husband. Now, I understood the conversation I overheard by chance a few months ago. David was on the phone on the balcony, and I thought it was work. But now I remembered hearing, "I don't know if it's the right time. She suspects something. I need to be sure." At the time, I thought he was talking about some complicated sale. Now I realized he was probably talking to Beatrice about how and when to reveal their relationship. The most painful part was realizing they had planned that moment at the restaurant. The choice of Terzo on the day of my promotion. The way they arrived together. The poorly disguised satisfaction on their faces. It wasn't an impulse or a desperate confession. It was theater. They wanted to humiliate me publicly, catch me off guard, see me fall apart. And they probably expected me to react with desperation, begging David to come back, offering anything to save my marriage. Too bad they didn't know about the prenuptial agreement. I spent the weekend organizing my strategy. I called Helena early Monday morning before even going to work. Marina, girl, this contract is a work of legal art. David has no right to absolutely anything. We can process the divorce in 60 days if he doesn't contest. And if he contests? Based on what? He signed the prenup. Everything is registered. There are no vices of consent. Unless he proves coercion or fraud, which is impossible. He's screwed. Screwed. David was screwed and didn't even know it yet. Helena, I want to do something. I'm going to call them and propose a civilized conversation about the divorce. I want to see their faces when they discover the truth. Marina, are you sure? It might be simpler to just file and be done with it. Helena, they humiliated me in public. They planned everything to see me fall apart in front of a restaurant full of people. They deserve the same treatment. And if they suspect something, they won't suspect. They're too busy planning how to spend my inheritance. I arrived at Terzo on Saturday punctually at 8 at night. I asked for the same table as last time. The maitre d' recognized me and made a comment about hoping tonight would be a happier night. If he only knew. David and Beatrice arrived together again, but this time the atmosphere was completely different. They were relaxed, smiling, holding hands like a couple in love who could finally show themselves in public. Beatrice wore a dress that highlighted her still small but noticeable belly. Mari! Beatrice hugged me with genuine effusiveness. You look beautiful. Is that dress new? Thank you. You both look well, too. How's the pregnancy? Great. We're already thinking about names. David wants Michael if it's a boy. I prefer Gabriel. David pulled out the chair for Beatrice to sit, a chivalrous gesture he rarely made for me. Marina, thank you for agreeing to talk like this peacefully. I was afraid that I would make drama? Imagine, David. We're all adults here. We ordered the same bottle of Chianti as last time. The irony wasn't lost on any of us. But this time the atmosphere was one of disguised celebration. They thought they had won the grand prize. So, David said after the first sip, about the divorce, we wanted to propose doing everything amicably. Divide things fairly without complications. Divide things fairly, I repeated, savoring the words. Tell me more about this, David. What do you consider fair? Beatrice and David exchanged a quick glance. They had rehearsed this conversation. Well, we can sell the apartment and split it 50-50ths. The investments, too. And now with your new promotion, alimony will help a lot until I can stabilize with B and the baby. Alimony. He really believed I would pay alimony to him while he raised a child with my sister. I slowly picked up my purse as if I were looking for something specific. David and Beatrice watched me expectantly, probably thinking I was going to take out some divorce documents for us to sign right there in a friendly reconciliation that would benefit them immensely. Instead, I placed the courthouse envelope with the prenuptial agreement on the table. The paper, yellowed by time, made a dry sound when it hit the wood. Before we talk about division, I need to clarify something important that you seem to have forgotten. David frowned, looking at the envelope. What is that? Our prenuptial agreement, David. Remember? The one you signed 4 years ago saying it was rich people nonsense? The color instantly drained from his face. Beatrice looked confused between the two of us. What agreement? You made a prenuptial agreement. We did. And David signed it without even reading it properly. I took the pages out of the envelope and placed them on the table, open so both could see. Complete separation of assets. Do you remember what that means? David picked up the pages with trembling hands. His eyes ran over the lines, trying to process words he clearly didn't understand completely 4 years ago. Calm down, Mari, Beatrice said, her voice losing its previous confidence. Even with an agreement, you were married. There's partial community property. Division of assets acquired during marriage. Not when there's complete separation of assets, Beatrice. I pointed to the specific clause. It's here. Each spouse shall maintain individual ownership of all property owned prior to marriage and all property acquired during the marriage. Everything acquired during marriage also stays with whoever acquired it. But this can't be legal, David protested, his voice rising an octave. The apartment, the investments. I live there. I contributed to expenses. You contributed $300 a month for groceries and gas, David. I paid the $1,800 for financing, the $200 for condo fees, internet, electricity, phone, insurance. Your $300 doesn't give you property rights over a $400,000 apartment. Beatrice frantically flipped through the pages as if looking for some loophole, some salvation. But alimony? He has a right to alimony. I smiled for the first time that night. Page 5, Section 3, Spousal Support Waiver. Both parties hereby waive any right to spousal support, alimony, or maintenance. David waived his right to alimony when he signed this. I didn't know what I was signing, David shouted, drawing attention from neighboring tables. You tricked me. I tricked you? David, you were there when the lawyer explained each clause. You said you understood. There are witnesses. Everything is registered at the courthouse. The expression on Beatrice's face was changing from confusion to horror. Reality was hitting like a runaway train. You mean, he has no right to anything? Nothing. Zero. Zilch. I put the papers back in the envelope. David leaves the marriage exactly as he entered, with his financed pickup, his clothes, and his credit card debts. David ran his hand over his face, finally understanding the magnitude of the situation. Marina, for God's sake, we can talk about this. You can't leave me with nothing. I'm going to have a child to support. You are going to have a child to support, I emphasized. With your car salesman salary, which, by the way, with child support will be quite tight. Child support? Beatrice asked, her voice coming out as a whisper. Of course, the father has to pay child support. In Texas, it's usually 20% of net income for one child. If David earns $5,000 gross, about $3,800 net remains. 20% of that is $760 per month forever until the child turns 18. The two looked at each other in panic. They clearly hadn't done these calculations. Plus medical expenses, daycare when necessary, clothes, education. It's going to be quite expensive to have a baby, guys. David sank into his chair. My God, Marina. How can you be so cold? So calculating. Calculating me? You two planned this betrayal for months, humiliated me publicly in this same restaurant, and I am the calculating one. Beatrice was clearly doing mental math. If David earned $5,000 a month and was going to pay $800 in support, $4,200 would remain. Minus taxes, about $3,400 net to support him, her, and a baby. Beatrice, how much do you earn as a freelancer again? I asked, knowing the answer. Well, it varies. About $2,000 a month when there are projects. About $2,000 when there are projects. So you'll live on $5,400 monthly at best for 3 people. Living where? At my house in San Antonio, she murmured. That one-bedroom apartment you rent for $800? It's going to be cramped with a baby. Don't you think? The silence at the table was deafening. Around us, other customers dined happily, oblivious to the financial drama unfolding just meters away. Marina, David tried once more. Are you really going to do this? Leave us with nothing? I know we hurt you. But, David, you didn't hurt me. You tried to rob me. You thought I was an emotional idiot who would hand over half of my $600,000 patrimony because you were in love. 600,000? Beatrice repeated, incredulous. Surprise. I'm richer than you imagined. And now with the promotion, I'll earn $16,000 a month while you fight over money for diapers. David buried his face in his hands. I'm an idiot. A complete idiot. Finally, something we agree on. Beatrice tried one last card. Mari, you're my sister. We've always been family. You can't abandon us like this. And your niece or nephew. Don't you want to help? Beatrice, you tried to steal my husband, thinking you'd steal my fortune along with him. You calculated wrong. And now you'll have to live with the consequences of your choices. But family, Family doesn't betray family. Family doesn't humiliate family in public restaurants. Family doesn't seduce their sister's husband out of greed. I got up from the table, leaving two $50 bills again. More than enough for my part. Your lawyers can contact mine, Helena Williams in Houston. She has all the necessary information. Marina, wait. David stood up, trying to follow me. No, David, you waited. You waited 4 months to tell me the truth. You waited until the day of my promotion to maximize the humiliation. You waited until you thought you had everything planned perfectly. Now I'm going to make you wait. Wait for what? Beatrice asked, tears beginning to form in her eyes. Wait to see what it's like to be poor, what it's like to live counting pennies, what it's like not being able to pay for dinner at a $200 restaurant. I stopped at the door, looking back at both of them. Maybe now you'll understand why I work so hard to have what I have and why I protect what's mine. I left Terzo, hearing Beatrice start to cry and David cursing under his breath. In the parking lot, sitting in my car, I allowed myself a moment of pure satisfaction. They had tried to destroy me and ended up destroying themselves. My phone rang. It was Helena. So, how was the theater? Better than Broadway. You should have seen their faces when they understood they wouldn't get anything. Marina, you're diabolical and I completely approve. Helena, can I file for divorce tomorrow? I can file the papers Monday. In 60 days, you'll be free and they'll still be poor. I drove home smiling for the first time in weeks. Actually, smiling more than I had smiled in years. 6 months later, life had settled into a new normality that I had never imagined possible. The divorce was finalized in exactly 60 days. David didn't contest, probably because any competent lawyer would have explained that he didn't have the slightest chance of winning. Helena did impeccable work, and I officially became single on a sunny July morning. Through social media and my mother's inevitable comments, I followed from afar the reality that David and Beatrice were facing. It was like watching a car accident in slow motion. You know you should look away, but you can't. David continued working at the BMW dealership, but things weren't easy. With the unstable economy, luxury car sales had decreased, and his commission had plummeted along with it. According to my mother, he was earning about $3,500 a month, much less than the $5,000 he used to make. Marina, David is going through difficulties, my mother said during one of our weekly phone conversations. With the baby's support, very little is left for him to live on. What a shame, I replied, without a hint of genuine sympathy. But babies are expensive. He should have thought about that beforehand. Little Sophia had been born in September, a little girl who, from photos circulating in the family, had David's eyes and Beatrice's stubbornness. The $800 monthly child support was being automatically deducted from David's salary, leaving even less money for his own expenses. Beatrice had moved back to our parents' house in San Antonio. The one-bedroom apartment she rented was impossible for a couple with a baby, and even splitting bills, they couldn't afford anything bigger. Our parents, already retired and living on limited income, now supported 3 adults and a baby on my father's retirement. Beatrice is trying to get more clients, but it's difficult with the baby, my mother continued. And David, he seems so tired lately, working late, driving an hour and a half every day between Austin and San Antonio. David had tried to move to San Antonio to be closer to the family, but couldn't get a transfer at the dealership. Now he made the daily commute, spending a fortune on gas he could barely afford. He asked to talk to you, my mother said hesitantly. Maybe you could resolve some things. Mom, we have nothing to resolve. The divorce is finalized. He has a new family. Let everyone follow their own life. It was true. I had followed my life spectacularly. With the divorce resolved and the betrayal overcome, my energy multiplied exponentially. I concentrated all my strength on my career and business, and the results exceeded my most optimistic expectations. As commercial director, I beat all first-quarter targets, securing the maximum bonus. My effective salary reached $22,000 a month in some periods. The startup I was a partner in secured new investment, tripling the value of my stake. In October, I found an even larger and more modern loft in downtown Austin. 2 floors, 3 bedrooms, private terrace with lake view. I sold my old apartment for $500,000, $80,000 profit in 5 years, and bought the loft in cash for $700,000. I renovated everything from scratch. German kitchen, complete automation, private gym, office with panoramic view. I spent $200,000 on the renovation, but the result was an architectural work of art that became the cover of Austin Home and Design magazine. "Wow, Marina," said Simone, my assistant, when she came to see the new loft. "This looks like a movie house. You've achieved the American dream." It was true. At 30, I had a net worth of over $1 million, a solid career at an international company, and complete freedom to do whatever I wanted. I traveled to Europe 3 times that year: Paris, Rome, Barcelona. Always alone, always first class, always staying at the best hotels. I bought clothes at boutiques I previously considered too expensive, dined at Michelin-starred restaurants, shopped without looking at prices. The loneliness, curiously, I didn't feel it. After years of being betrayed by those I trusted most, the peace of being alone was almost addictive. I didn't need to explain my expenses to anyone. Didn't need to consider others' opinions in my decisions. Didn't need to share my space or my time. I started therapy, not for sadness, but for growth. Dr. Rebecca Chun, an incredible psychologist of Asian origin, helped me process not just the betrayal, but years of toxic relationships disguised as family love. "Marina, you grew up believing you had to take care of everyone around you," she said in one session. "Your sister, your parents, your ex-husband. When was the last time someone took care of you?" It was a simple question that made me cry for 15 minutes. I had always been the provider, the responsible one, the problem solver. I never stopped to think if anyone was taking care of me. "Maybe it's time for you to put yourself first," Dr. Chun suggested, "and discover who you are when you're not supporting other people." That's exactly what I did. During the holiday season, I received several messages from Beatrice. First, reconciliation attempts, then direct requests for financial help. "Mari, I know you're upset, but we're sisters. Sophia is your niece. Can't you at least help with some baby things? Marina, expenses with Sophia are very high. Diapers, medicine, pediatrician. David is killing himself working, but can't cover everything. Mari, for God's sake, answer my messages. We need help, and you're the only person in the family who can afford it." I read them all without responding. I blocked the number after the 10th message. My mother tried to mediate. "Marina, whatever the hurt, the child is innocent. Don't you want to meet your niece?" "Mom, when Beatrice decided to seduce my husband, she made a choice. Now she's living with the consequences of that choice. It's not my responsibility to solve the financial problems they created." "But you have so much money." "I have so much money because I worked hard to have it and because I protected what I built." If Beatrice wanted financial stability for her child, she should have thought about that before getting pregnant by a man who earns $4,000 a month. It was harsh with my mother, but necessary. The whole family had gotten used to the idea that I was the personal emergency bank for any crisis. Not anymore. On my 30th birthday in December, I organized a party at the new loft. I invited work colleagues, college friends, some people I met traveling. 50 elegant people, French champagne, professional catering, live musician. Looking out my terrace window at the Austin lights with a glass of Dom Perignon in my hand and surrounded by people who genuinely enjoyed my company, I felt deep gratitude. Gratitude that David had betrayed me. Without the betrayal, I would never have discovered my own strength. Never would have learned to set boundaries. Never would have realized I could be completely happy alone. Gratitude for the prenuptial agreement that my younger self had the wisdom to make. Those papers saved me from years of legal battle and allowed me to start over immediately. Gratitude even for Beatrice. Without her envy and greed, I never would have learned that not all family deserves unconditional loyalty. Some people are toxic regardless of blood ties. The week after my birthday, I received one last contact attempt. Not from Beatrice or David, but from my father. "Marina, your mother didn't want me to call, but I need to talk to you." Things are very difficult here at home. David lost his job at the dealership last week. Year-end cuts. My father rarely interfered in family conflicts. When he called, it was because the situation was really critical. And what do you want me to do, Dad? I don't know, daughter. I don't know what to do anymore. There are 4 people here at home, a small child, and now without David's income. Your mother is talking about going back to work, but she's 70 years old. I felt a pang of guilt, genuine for the first time in months. My parents weren't to blame for the situation. They were just trying to help a daughter in difficulties, as parents do. Dad, I can help you, but I won't give money to David or Beatrice directly. If you need something specific, electric bill, groceries, pediatrician for Sophia, send me the bills and I'll pay them directly. Marina, that's my offer. I'll help you, who are innocent in this story, but I won't finance the bad choices David and Beatrice made. My father accepted, relieved. In the following months, I received some bills by email: $200 electric bill, $300 groceries, $150 pediatric consultation. Trivial amounts for me, but they made a difference for them. I never had direct contact with David or Beatrice again. According to my father, David got a job at a smaller dealership, earning half what he used to earn. Beatrice continued doing sporadic freelance work, but with a small child, it was impossible to work full-time. They had moved to a trailer park in San Antonio. $500 monthly rent for a tiny space, but it was what they could afford. Sophia's support continued being automatically deducted, leaving even less money for them. They fight a lot about money, my father told me in a conversation. David blames Beatrice for insisting on the divorce. Beatrice blames him for losing his job. It's a cycle. It was exactly what I imagined would happen when people get together for the wrong reasons. Greed, envy, opportunism, and financial reality knocks on the door. False love disappears quickly. 2 years after the betrayal, my life was completely transformed. Not just financially, but emotionally. I learned to say no without guilt. I learned that self-esteem is non-negotiable. I learned that some people are incapable of genuinely loving. They can only see other people as resources to be exploited. I started dating Daniel, an architect I met at an art exhibition. He had his own successful company, his own resources, his own ambitions. Our relationship was based on real partnership, not financial or emotional dependence. You have impressive strength, he told me one night while we dined on my loft's terrace. But also an inner peace that's rare. He was right. I had found a peace that came from knowing exactly who I was and what I deserved. I no longer needed anyone's approval. No longer needed to support people who didn't contribute to my life. Sophia turned 2 without me meeting her personally. From photos my mother insisted on showing on her phone, she was a beautiful and apparently healthy child. I felt a hint of curiosity about her, but not enough to reconnect with Beatrice and David. Some friends thought I was being cruel. Marina, she's your niece. Don't you miss family? I have family, I would respond. My parents, who love me unconditionally. My true friends, whom I've built over the years. Family isn't just blood. It's who really cares about your well-being. It was true. Simone, my assistant, was more present in my life than Beatrice ever was. Helena continued being a close friend and advisor. Dr. Chun helped me grow in ways I didn't even know I needed. On the 3rd anniversary of the betrayal, I received a message from an unknown number. It was David. Marina, I know you don't want to talk to me, but I need to tell you something. You were right about everything. About me, about Beatrice, about the money. I was an idiot and destroyed the best thing I had in life. I hope you're happy. Reading that message didn't bring me satisfaction or anger, just a kind of peaceful closure. David had finally understood what he lost, but it was too late. I had moved on completely. I deleted the message without responding. Today, at 32, I look back and see how that horrible night at Terzo was actually the best gift life could have given me. It forced me to discover who I really was when I wasn't being exploited or underestimated. I'm now executive director of the company, with a salary of $300,000 annually. My net worth has exceeded $2 million. I travel the world regularly, both for work and pleasure. I have a healthy relationship with someone who values me and contributes equally to our partnership. More importantly, I learned that people who really love you don't try to steal your peace, your money, or your dignity. They celebrate your successes, respect your boundaries, and build together with you. David continues living in the trailer park, working jobs that pay little, fighting with Beatrice about money they don't have. Beatrice continues sending occasional messages asking for help, which I continue ignoring. Sophia is growing up in a family that struggles financially because of her parents' selfish choices. Sometimes I wonder if I should feel guilty for having so much while they have so little. But then I remember they tried to rob me. They planned my humiliation. They calculated my emotional and financial destruction. The fact that they calculated wrong isn't my fault. I built everything I have with honest work, intelligent decisions, and adequate protection of my assets. They tried to take a shortcut through betrayal and discovered that shortcuts often lead to dead ends. I learned that self-esteem and dignity are non-negotiable, that not all family deserves loyalty, that underestimated people can surprise in devastating ways, and that sometimes the best revenge is simply living well, while those who tried to harm you reap the consequences of their own choices. My story isn't about revenge. It's about justice. It's about discovering that it's worth protecting what you build and that not everyone deserves access to your life. And it's about learning that when you stop supporting people who only exploit you, much more energy remains to build something truly extraordinary. Now on to the next story. Story 2. My husband and his friends thought it would be funny to leave me stranded in a small Italian village after an argument. Let's see how she gets back. They laughed as they drove away. I didn't come back. A month later, he found me in Greece. I had already started over. Let's see how she gets back, Gabriel mocked, his voice cutting through the afternoon air as he slammed the car door. The taillights of the rental car grew smaller and smaller, disappearing around the bend of that narrow Italian street, leaving only dust and the echo of my husband's friend's laughter. I stood paralyzed, my mouth still open mid-sentence. The argument we were having outside the small cafe suddenly lost all meaning in the face of the unthinkable thing he had just done. He'll come back, I whispered to myself, drawing curious looks from locals dining at tables on the sidewalk. This is just to scare me. But the knot in my stomach tightened more and more as the minutes stretched into an hour while the sky darkened over that unfamiliar town, one whose name I couldn't even pronounce properly. Before continuing, I want to take a moment to thank you for being part of this journey. If you're drawn to stories of women who find their strength in unexpected places after betrayal, consider subscribing. It's completely free and helps us share more stories of resilience and rebirth. Now, let's see how an abandoned woman turned an act of cruelty into the beginning of her freedom. When I begged Gabriel not to drink so much wine during lunch, I never imagined things would get so out of control. His friends, the typical college buddies celebrating their annual guys' reunion, to which I had been reluctantly invited, encouraged him when I suggested returning to the hotel. "She's always controlling you, man," said Pete, ordering another round just as I stood up to leave. Gabriel followed me outside, his words slurred, but his anger clear. The fight got ugly quickly, with years of resentment surfacing from both sides. "Do you have your passport in your purse?" "No," he mocked before getting into the driver's seat. "Then you'll figure it out. You're so clever, always telling me what to do." Night fell completely as reality hit me. That picturesque Italian village that seemed so charming during the day now appeared threatening. I counted my money. €80 and 37 cents. It wasn't enough for a flight back. It barely covered one night in cheap accommodation. My credit cards were in Gabriel's wallet. He had insisted on carrying them earlier because my small purse was full. I found the cheapest boarding house, a dirty little room above a bakery with a narrow bed and a sink in one corner. The elderly lady who showed me the room didn't speak English, but she seemed to understand what was happening to me and gave me comforting pats on the arm. "He blocked me?" I whispered in disbelief, looking at my phone. 27 calls to Gabriel, all sent straight to voicemail. The text messages were delivered, but no one responded. I tried Pete, then Marco, and all of Gabriel's friends who were in that car. They had all blocked me. I felt a chill as I realized that this hadn't been an impulse, but a planned humiliation. I slept in fits, waking occasionally, hoping to see a call or message, and sinking back into distress. By the next morning, I had convinced myself that this nightmare would end. Gabriel would return with some half-hearted apology, ready to tell me I was overreacting for not understanding his joke. I would be furious, but relieved enough to let it go, to return to our perfectly arranged life in Boston, where he was a respected architect and I, his understanding wife, who had abandoned her own design career to take care of our home and social life. But he didn't come back. By the second day, I started rationing what little I had left. I only bought a panini for lunch while walking around the entire edge of the town, looking for any sign of the tourist group in every hotel and restaurant. By dusk, I understood that they had continued their route as if nothing had happened and had gone to Florence without me. On the third day, a cafe owner who noticed that I stood outside his establishment offered me a free espresso and, with very broken English, gave me directions to the police station. The officer there didn't seem surprised by my story, as if abandoning tourists was something common. But his limited English and my non-existent Italian only left me with a filed report and a compassionate look. That afternoon, I made the most difficult decision of my life. Standing in front of the window of a small, dusty pawn shop, I removed my wedding ring, that 2-carat diamond that Gabriel had given me on our 5th anniversary, replacing the simple band with which we had started. The clerk offered me much less than it was worth, but enough to finance the next step of my journey, whatever it might be. "Call your family," suggested the pawnbroker. Counting the euros, I nodded outwardly, but internally another plan was already forming. Calling my family meant having to give explanations. Hearing my mother say, "I told you so," facing Gabriel's temper, seeing friends again who had already noticed the cracks in our marriage, those that I had tried to cover up repeatedly. The bus station was quiet when I arrived, with an electronic screen showing destinations I had only read about in travel magazines. A night bus to Rome that connected with ferries, and more buses could take me to places where Gabriel and his friends would never look for me, if they ever thought of doing so. My finger trembled over my father's name in the contacts list. One call and he would send me money to return. A single call and I would return to that life I had built, where I had gradually diminished myself to make room for Gabriel's ego and demands. I remembered Gabriel jokingly hiding my folders when I mentioned wanting to return to work in interior design. "Why complicate things?" he had said. "We don't need the money, and I need you focused on our life." At that moment, I laughed. But sitting in that dirty station, I understood that this too was part of the corral he had built around me. "Where are you going?" asked the ticket agent, an elderly lady with kind eyes who had been watching me look at the screen without deciding. "To Greece," I replied, feeling the decision solidify as I said it aloud. "To the farthest coastal town you can send me to." 14 hours later, I got off the last bus of my journey, my body aching from the uncomfortable seats and accumulated tension. I was greeted by the smell of sea and olive groves as I looked at the whitewashed buildings of a town whose name I couldn't pronounce. My cell phone had run out of battery at some point along the way. I had an empty stomach, and the weight of everything they had done to me, or perhaps what I had allowed myself to endure, weighed on my shoulders. Fatigue clouded my vision as I walked toward what appeared to be the center of town. 3 days of emotional ups and downs had left me in pieces, jumping between rage toward Gabriel and fear of the uncertain future, alongside a strange, unexpected spark of something that dangerously resembled freedom. I had euros left for perhaps 2 more nights in the cheapest place I could find. After that, I had no plan, no friends, no words in the local language beyond please and thank you. But as I watched the sunset paint the Aegean waters gold and pink, I was invaded by a calmness I hadn't felt in years. Gabriel wanted to teach me a lesson about dependence. Unwittingly, what he did was liberate me. The Greek sun fell mercilessly as I moved away from the town. My feet were full of blisters inside impractical sandals designed only for strolling. My water bottle had been empty for hours, and the mixture of dehydration, hunger, and emotional exhaustion made everything spin around me. Trees with silvery green leaves lined the dusty path, shimmering like coins in the breeze. Olive trees, I thought just before my knees gave way. The ground came at me suddenly, but I barely felt the impact. Darkness began to invade my vision as a strange calm took over me. Perhaps this was fair. Abandoned by my husband in a foreign country, only to collapse alone in another. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the fatigue that had been dragging me since Gabriel left. Fasakira. A female voice broke my stupor, followed by wrinkled hands turning me over. An elderly face appeared before me with deep wrinkles around kind eyes full of concern. She spoke rapidly in Greek, giving me gentle pats on the cheeks and offering me a canteen. The water gave me enough strength to sit up, though my head was still spinning. She introduced herself as Elena, repeating her name while pointing to herself. I awkwardly imitated her gesture. Alexis. Elena helped me to my feet. Her body was small but surprisingly strong. While supporting me, she pointed to a stone house among the olive trees and made walking gestures with her fingers. I nodded without strength to resist as she slowly guided me up the hill. The kitchen of the house welcomed us with the aroma of herbs hanging from the wooden beams and something savory simmering on an old stove. Elena sat me at a worn wooden table before calling someone. A male voice responded, and seconds later, an older man appeared in the doorway, his face weathered by the sun and sporting a silver mustache, drying his hands with a cloth. "Nikos," said Elena, pointing to him. Her husband nodded cautiously with eyes that questioned but did not reject. Elena served a glass of cold water and placed it in my hands, followed by a bowl of simple soup. My stomach growled as soon as I smelled it, drawing a smile from Elena. That afternoon passed in awkward attempts at communication. I tried to explain my situation with few words, many gestures, and finally, tears. Elena seemed to understand everything, though I knew it was impossible for her to capture all the details. Nikos remained silent but attentive, asking some questions that Elena translated with gestures. They offered me a guest room, a simple space with whitewashed walls and a narrow bed covered with a handmade quilt. Too exhausted to argue, I fell into the sleep I so desperately needed. Morning arrived with the crowing of roosters and the aroma of freshly baked bread. I found clean clothes folded at the foot of the bed, a cotton dress and a cardigan that seemed from another era, but freshly washed. They were too big for me, but were a relief after my worn travel clothes. In the kitchen, Elena smiled when she saw me and immediately served me strong coffee with fresh bread, olive oil, and honey. With daylight clearing my mind, shame began to settle in. These people had taken me in without asking questions, had fed me, had clothed me. I needed to explain, offer something in return, continue on my way. Using a bit of English and a translation app on my cell phone, which now worked thanks to an adapter Nikos had gotten me, I tried to express my gratitude and my intention to return to town. Elena's face saddened immediately. She shook her head forcefully, pointing outside where rain was beating against the windows and then to my feet, still covered in blisters. "Stay," she insisted, one of the few English words she knew. "Rest." For the next 3 days I tried to leave several times. All ended in gentle but firm refusals. Once, with my bag in hand and shoes on, Elena intercepted me at the door with an expression so hurt that I was overwhelmed with guilt. She took my hand and led me to a small wooden box on the shelf. She opened it and took out some photographs. Her fingers trembled as she pointed to a young woman with Elena's eyes and Nikos's smile. "Sophia," she said softly, and then pointed toward Australia. Her eyes filled with tears as she made a gesture as if cradling a baby and then raised her hand to waist height, indicating a small child. "Grandbaby," she managed to say in English, pointing to a recent photo of a baby. Then I understood. Elena had seen in me a kind of substitute for her absent daughter, a presence that would fill the void she had left. But instead of feeling used, my heart broke for her loss. I slowly nodded and hung my bag back by the door. Each day brought new routines as gradually I integrated into farm life. Elena taught me to collect eggs without scaring the chickens, to hang clothes so that the mountain breeze would dry them well. Nikos taught me to distinguish weeds from the garden plants. He had all the patience in the world when I pulled up an oregano plant thinking it was a weed. The work was physical, very different from the life I led in Boston. So carefully organized, but strangely rewarding. My body, accustomed to air-conditioned gyms and measured routines, complained. At first, new calluses appeared on my hands, along with pains in muscles I didn't even know I had. It hurt every night, but with each day, the pain lessened and my strength increased. More importantly, that constant mental wheel about my abandonment began to quiet, replaced by the simple tasks of the countryside and the effort to learn the language. At night, sitting on the small porch while Elena knitted and Nikos smoked his pipe, I began to feel moments of peace. The betrayal still hurt, but here, surrounded by ancient olive trees and the tranquil rhythm of rural life, it began to feel less like the end of my story and more like an unexpected chapter. 2 weeks after my arrival, Elena sat next to me while we shelled peas from the garden. She studied my face with a thoughtful expression before asking slowly, with her increasingly fluent English, "Home? You won't go home." She made a gesture of leaving with her hand and then pointed toward America. The question hit me head-on. Home. That word brought to my mind our elegant apartment in Boston with its designer furniture and perfectly matched decor. But it also brought back Gabriel's control, his management of our finances that left me without my own access, his subtle ways of discouraging me from having friends, his condescending attitude toward my desire to work again. The tears escaped, and the words flowed without filter in a language that Elena didn't fully understand, but with emotions that needed no translation. I told her about Gabriel's betrayal, about the years in which I gave up parts of myself just to keep the peace, about the humiliation of being abandoned like worthless baggage in another country. Elena's wrinkled hand rested on mine as I spoke. When I finished, she pointed to her heart, then to the farm around us, and finally to me. The message was that I had a place here if I wanted it. "Work," I said, carefully imitating Nikos as he tended to the olive trees. "I stay, I work." Elena's smile lit up like the dawn over the Aegean. She nodded and squeezed my hand before returning to the peas, as if we had agreed on something as simple as tomorrow's menu, and not a total redirection of my life. My decision to stay marked the beginning of my education in olive farming. The next morning, Elena woke me when there were still stars in the sky. She handed me work clothes and sturdy boots that had belonged to Sophia. Half asleep, I followed her and Nikos to the olive grove, where only the first light of dawn touched the ancient trees. "Ilias," said Elena, pointing to the branches loaded with fruit. She showed me the technique of gently combing the branches with wooden rakes so that the olives would fall onto nets spread on the ground. My first attempt ended with a shower of branches and leaves along with a few olives, which earned me a patient correction from Nikos. By mid-morning, the sun was already burning high above. My shoulders burned from the effort, and my city lady hands had their first blisters. "Boston hands," Elena teased tenderly as she examined my palms. During the lunch break, she disappeared into the house and returned with a homemade ointment that smelled of herbs and beeswax. The relief was instantaneous when I felt it on my irritated skin. "Tomorrow better," she promised. And surprisingly, she was right. Each day was better. I refined my technique, strengthened my body. My hands hardened. In a few weeks, I could work alongside them for hours without complaining, feeling proud of the growing mountains of harvested olives. The selection process proved even more demanding than the harvest. Sitting in the shade of a pergola, we sorted the olives by quality, the perfect ones for premium oil, those with slight imperfections for second grade, the damaged ones for making soap. At first, Elena watched me like a hawk, correcting each mistake with gentle pushes. Little by little, her corrections became less frequent as my eye trained to notice the subtle differences. "You learn quickly," Nikos commented one night, his English improving at the same pace as my rudimentary Greek. It was the biggest compliment he had given me. A warmth expanded in my chest as I felt his approval. My learning didn't stay only in the field. It also extended to Elena's kitchen, a place that initially intimidated me with its total lack of modernity. In Boston, I considered myself a decent cook, capable of following recipes from gourmet magazines for dinners that impressed Gabriel's colleagues. But Elena's kitchen didn't use measuring cups or thermometers. only decades of wisdom passed down from generation to generation. "Look," she would say while kneading bread. I tried to imitate her movements, failing spectacularly. At first, my first breads came out of the stone oven misshapen, raw inside or completely burned. "Cheer up," Elena would say, breaking even the most failed ones to taste them. Learning is not wasting. Her acceptance of error seemed revolutionary to me. In my previous life, errors were something to hide, not steps toward mastering something. The simplicity of her meals revealed how processed my American diet was. Here, everything came from her land or nearby farms. Vegetables that still had the heat of the sun, freshly collected eggs, cheese from goats that grazed a few kilometers away. The flavors were alive and clean, needing nothing more than olive oil, lemon, and herbs from Elena's garden. My body changed with this diet and work rhythm. The designer clothes I arrived in began to feel loose as unnecessary weight disappeared and was replaced by firm muscle. My skin, previously cared for with expensive creams, now glowed with just olive oil, homemade soap, and genuine sweat. When I saw myself in the small bathroom mirror, a stranger looked back at me. More tanned, stronger, somehow more solid, despite weighing less. As my Greek vocabulary grew, Elena and I found more ways to communicate beyond food and work. During breaks at sunset, she would take out her photo albums, showing black and white images of her youth in the village. I was surprised to discover that she had been a teacher before returning to the family olive business after getting married. "You?" she asked, imitating someone typing on a computer. I took out my cell phone and showed her photos of my interior design projects from before the marriage. That career Gabriel had belittled as a mere hobby. Elena studied them with genuine interest, pointing out details she liked and making sounds of admiration. "Beautiful thinking," she said, touching her temple. This validation of my creative work brought tears to my eyes. Such a simple recognition, but something that Gabriel had taken from me over the years. On a rainy afternoon, Elena taught me to knit. Her patience was infinite while I dropped stitches and formed uneven rows. My first complete project was a simple scarf full of bumps and errors, but made entirely with my hands. I wrapped it around my neck with more pride than I had ever felt wearing the designer cashmere Gabriel gave me at Christmas. Then came other handmade things. A clay cup I molded guided by Nikos, a woven basket I learned to make with a neighbor. Each object represented hours of learning and connection, loaded with stories that no purchased luxury could offer. My collection grew while my attachment to material perfection faded. After 3 months of working with no other payment than room and board, one morning Elena approached with Nikos at her side. They took me to a small building where they pressed and bottled their olive oil. They showed me the modest stock we had produced with our harvest. "Market day," announced Elena, pointing to the calendar. The village market overflowed with farmers and artisans selling their products while neighbors and some tourists browsed the stalls. Elena and Nikos set up their simple table, arranging bottles of golden oil, olive soaps, and jars of preserved olives. To my surprise, they put me at the front of the stall, encouraging me to speak with customers. My limited Greek and their basic English created moments of confusion and laughter, but sales added up nonstop throughout the day. When the market closed, Elena handed me an envelope with euros. "Your share," she said simply. "Fair work, fair pay." I stood looking at the money, which might cover a single dinner at the restaurants Gabriel and I used to frequent, but that envelope represented something I hadn't had in years. Independence earned through my own effort without conditions, without hidden expectations of gratitude or submission, just honest compensation for real work. That night, I kept the envelope under my pillow and occasionally touched it to confirm it was real. Throughout a decade of marriage, Gabriel had taken control of our finances to make things easier, leaving me with credit cards linked to accounts he managed. That small pile of euros was my first step toward rebuilding a life that was entirely my own. As I was falling asleep, I realized that I hadn't thought about Gabriel once. During the day at the market, my mind was occupied with phrases in Greek for selling and with pride in what we had accomplished. The space he occupied in my thoughts had decreased, replaced by olive trees, recipes, and the growing certainty that I was capable of much more than he had ever made me believe. The following week, Elena and Nikos invited me to dinner at the tavern in the village square, something that had never happened since my arrival. Dressed in a blouse borrowed from Elena, I felt a nervous tingle as I entered the bustling establishment. The owner, Stavros, greeted the couple with enthusiastic hugs before fixing a curious look on me. "Our American," Elena said proudly in Greek, a phrase I had already learned to recognize. Stavros smiled warmly and led us to what was clearly their usual table among plates of grilled fish and village wine. Nikos cleared his throat and spoke in careful English. "Alexis, we want to talk business with you." His seriousness took me by surprise. Had I done something wrong? Was it time for me to leave? Elena leaned over the table, gave me a tender pat on the hand, and continued where her husband had left off. "We are old already. 68, 70 years, she said, pointing to herself and then to Nikos. "No children here. Sophia isn't coming back." Nikos nodded seriously. "We think we will retire soon. 2-3 years. But the olive trees," he made a broad gesture with his arm. "They're 200 years old. They need young hands." I felt the air catch in my throat. Beginning to understand, Elena smiled with her eyes crinkling at the corners. "You learn fast. Work hard. We teach everything." Then she extended her hands as if offering me something. "The business is yours." I was frozen by this proposal. They barely knew me, a foreigner who had crossed their lives just a few months ago, and yet there they were, offering me a future I hadn't even dared to imagine. "But I don't know enough," I stammered. "The trees, the pressing, the business." "You learn," Nikos said firmly. "We teach. No rush." That night marked the beginning of my true learning. I was no longer just an extra pair of hands. I became the heir to generations of knowledge. Each morning, Nikos would take me through different sections of the olive grove, explaining how soil variations affected flavors, how to identify early signs of disease, and when to harvest each area to achieve the best oil quality. Elena focused on teaching me the administrative part, a mixture of handwritten accounting books and basic spreadsheets on the computer that her grandson had installed years ago during a visit. Her method was functional but outdated. I saw an opportunity to contribute something beyond physical work, so I spent nights updating the systems, creating digital records to facilitate inventory and sales control. "Look," I showed Elena one night, how to filter the spreadsheet to see which oil varieties sold best in each market. Her eyes widened as she saw the patterns emerging from the data. "Smart," she nodded with approval. "Boston lady brain. Good for business." With her blessing, I began to make small marketing improvements. We updated the handwritten labels on our bottles with information on flavor profiles and pairing suggestions, things I had learned from so many cooking classes. With Elena, I put together a simple brochure explaining our traditional methods to answer questions tourists always asked at our market stall. My constantly improving Greek helped me connect beyond Elena and Nikos' circle. The pharmacist who sold medications to Elena began stopping by our stall for conversations that went beyond commercial. The baker's wife invited me to her weekly coffee meetings with other village women, intimidating at first, but valuable for immersing myself in the language and local customs. Stavros, the tavern owner, became an unexpected ally when he began offering our premium oil at the tables, placing small cards with our new labels prominently. "Good for you. Good for me," he explained with a wink when I thanked him. The news spread, and soon 2 other restaurants from neighboring villages contacted us to supply them with oil. 6 months after starting this new life, I attended the baptism of the butcher's granddaughter, my first formal celebration in the village. Standing at the back of the small church, I observed the community ritual with a lump in my throat. The elderly priest noticed my presence, and after the ceremony approached to greet me. He switched to the awkward English he had learned at the seminary in Athens. "You bring new life to the old olive grove," he said with a spark in his eyes. "Good for the village. The young go to Athens, to America. The village needs new blood." His approval seemed to break the last barrier. Invitations began to flow more easily. Anastasi celebrations, spontaneous beach gatherings, even an assembly of the local committee to plan the summer festival. Each event wove another thread in the network of connections that sustained me there. Georgia, the weaver who had her stall next to ours at the weekly market, became a special friend. Widowed young, she was in her 40s with a sharp humor and a practical vision that reminded me of my college roommate. Our conversations, in my increasingly fluent Greek and her excellent English, ranged from sales strategies to village gossip and even personal reflections. "You never talk about America," she observed one quiet afternoon as we were storing the unsold products. "Do you have family there, friends?" The question hit me unexpectedly. I had focused so much on building this new life that I had pushed all memories of the previous one to the back of my mind. "My parents died years ago. A few friends." I paused, realizing how Gabriel had gradually isolated me from my support network, always with excuses that my university friends were problematic, that my work colleagues were not trustworthy. Georgia nodded with understanding. "The husband who left you in Italy. You never say his name." "Gabriel," I said. The word sounded strange in my mouth after so many months of silence. "His name is Gabriel. And he never searched for you?" Her frankness was refreshing after so many months of Elena and Nikos's silent delicacy. "I don't know," I admitted. "I haven't checked my phone." I made a vague gesture. I would turn it on occasionally to take photos, but I had stopped using my American email and social networks, with no desire to face what might be there. Georgia raised an eyebrow. "Maybe it's time to look. Not for him, for you. To close that door properly." Her words echoed in my head all night. After helping Elena with dinner, I went up to my room and turned on my old phone, connecting to the farm's basic Wi-Fi. I opened my forgotten email account. There were hundreds of unread messages. Scanning the senders, I saw several from old friends with subjects ranging from "How are you?" to "Are you okay?" and then to "Please respond." A wave of shame washed over me. I had disappeared from their lives without warning, just as I had disappeared from Gabriel's. A message from my former design mentor caught my attention. "Job opportunity," the subject said, followed by several more insistent emails. Opening it, I discovered that she had recommended me for a remote consulting position at a sustainable materials company. The last email, dated just 2 weeks ago, said the position was still available if I was still interested. But before I could think about this unexpected bridge to my old life, another sender made my fingers freeze on the screen. Gabriel Davis. Subject: "I know where you are." The sending time indicated it had arrived just a few hours earlier. With my heart racing, I opened it. "Alexis, it took me months and a private investigator, but I finally found you in that lost little village in Greece. This has gone on long enough. I'm going to bring you back and end this ridiculous tantrum. My flight lands in Athens on Thursday. Get ready. See you in 3 days." The room began to spin as panic and anger fought in my chest. How dare he? After abandoning me, after months without a word, he now simply intended to come and pick me up as if I were forgotten luggage. I stumbled down the stairs, the phone clutched in my hand. Elena looked up from the account book on the kitchen table. Her smile faded when she saw my face. "Bad news from America?" she gently asked. "Gabriel," I managed to say. "He comes this Thursday." Elena's eyes narrowed. She slipped her hand under the account book and took out an envelope, sliding it to me across the table. "Then he arrives at the right time." I was waiting for the right moment. Inside the envelope, I found legal documents with my name alongside Elena and Nikos's, written in Greek with English translation. "Partnership contract," Elena explained. "1/3 of the business. Years not now. Future now." Tears blurred my vision as I looked at the document, understanding what it meant. It wasn't just a job or an internship, but a true partnership. It wasn't just a place to stay, but a foundation to build something of my own. It wasn't charity. It was earned recognition. "You choose what happens Thursday," Elena said firmly, pointing to the papers. "Here you have home, you have business, you have friends." She pointed to the phone in my hand. "That man, he no longer decides." The truth of her words wrapped around me like a mantle of certainty. For the first time since being abandoned in that Italian town, I didn't just feel like I was surviving. I felt rooted. Gabriel was coming, yes, but he would find a woman very different from the one he had left behind. Now on to the next story. Story 3. For 5 years, I sent $5,000 monthly to keep them afloat. At the reading of the will, Mom had left to our mistake. Abigail, nothing. I took out my phone and canceled every payment. Tell Dad the mistake is done fixing his problems. I never expected to be sitting in this dark lawyer's office, staring at words that somehow hurt more than all the years of subtle cruelty combined. The paper trembled slightly in my hands as I read the line. To our mistake, Abigail, nothing. 5 simple words confirming what I had always suspected but never wanted to believe. The irony wasn't lost on me. For the past 5 years, I've been sending $5,000 every month to keep my family afloat. That's $300,000 of my hard-earned money poured into a bottomless pit of ingratitude. And now, sitting in this leather chair that probably cost more than my first car, I was officially nothing. Miss Miller, Mr. Harrison, the family lawyer, cleared his throat. Would you like to take a moment? I looked up, meeting his cautious gaze. He was trying to be professional, but I could see the discomfort in his eyes. He had known my family for years. He had watched this drama unfold from the sidelines. Now he was forced to be the messenger of my mother's final act of rejection. No, I said, my voice firmer than I felt. Please continue. He shuffled his papers, clearly relieved to move on as he droned on about the distribution of assets between my father and my sister Megan. I let my mind wander to where this all began. 5 years ago, I was just starting to find my way in life. At 25, I had launched my own financial consulting firm. It wasn't much, just me, a laptop, and a small office above a Chinese restaurant in downtown Seattle. The smell of Kung Pao chicken wafted up through the floor every day around noon. But the rent was cheap, and I was determined to make it work. Then came the call that changed everything. Abigail. My mother's voice had sounded unusually fragile that night. We need to talk about something important. I remember straightening in my chair, feeling a knot in my stomach. Important in my family usually meant bad news. Your father's business. There's been an issue. She paused, and I could hear her struggling to maintain composure. The investment didn't work out. We're going to lose everything. The investment I had warned them about. That Dad's company had invested most of its capital in a risky venture. Despite my advice against it, I had spent years studying finance. I had even worked at a top investment firm before starting my own business. But what did I know? I was just the daughter who disappointed them by not following the traditional path they'd laid out for me. How bad is it? I asked, already dreading the answer. We can't make the mortgage payment this month. Her voice broke. The credit cards are maxed out. Your father isn't taking it well. I closed my eyes, knowing what would come next. The subtle guilt tripping, the implied responsibility. I had seen this pattern my entire life, just never at this scale. Abigail, I hate to have to ask, but how much do you need? The figure she mentioned made my heart sink. $5,000. That was almost everything I had in my business account. Money I had been saving to expand my company to finally move out of that cramped office with its perpetual smell of Chinese food. But they were family. And in our family, that word carried weight. It meant obligation, duty, sacrifice. Especially on my part. I'll transfer it right now. I heard myself say that first transfer was supposed to be a one-time thing, just enough to help them get back on their feet. But 1 month turned into 2, then 3, then 12. Each time there was a new crisis, a new reason why they couldn't make ends meet. And each time I opened my banking app and sent another $5,000. Meanwhile, my sister Megan thrived. She had followed the path our parents wanted. She married well, had the perfect suburban life. She never took any risks. She didn't have to worry about our parents' financial problems. That burden fell squarely on my shoulders. The lake house goes to Megan. Mr. Harrison's voice interrupted my memories. Along with the summer cottage in Maine and your mother's jewelry collection. I felt a bitter smile tug at my lips. The lake house. I had spent the last 2 summers paying for its maintenance, fixing the roof, upgrading the plumbing, all while Megan hosted elaborate parties there, playing the role of the perfect daughter. The remaining liquid assets will be divided between your father and Megan with a 70-30th split in your father's favor. Mr. Harrison paused, looking at me apologetically. That concludes the main points of the will. I sat there, letting reality sink in. 5 years of support, of sacrificing my own dreams to keep them afloat, and this was my reward to be officially labeled the mistake in my mother's final words. My phone vibrated in my pocket, likely another message from Dad about this month's mortgage payment. It was due in 3 days. He had been reminding me all week, as if I could forget my family duty. With steady hands, I pulled out my phone. Mr. Harrison was still talking something about signing papers, but I wasn't listening anymore. I opened my banking app, navigated to the recurring payment section, and found the one labeled family support. One tap. That's all it would take to end 5 years of financial bleeding. One tap to finally say enough. Miss Miller. Mr. Harrison's voice seemed distant. Do you have any questions about the will? I looked up from my phone, meeting his gaze. Just one, I said quietly. When does this become official? Is the will effective immediately? He nodded. Then I pressed my thumb against the screen. Cancel payment. Confirm. Yes. Standing up, I smoothed my skirt and collected my purse. Thank you for your time, Mr. Harrison. I trust you'll inform my father and Megan of the details. He blinked, taken aback by my calmness. Yes, of course. But don't you want to discuss this with your family? Perhaps there's been some misunderstanding. No misunderstanding, I interrupted softly. The will is perfectly clear. I am the mistake, and mistakes don't pay bills. As I walked toward the door, my phone started vibrating again. Dad's name appeared on the screen, probably wondering why I wasn't responding to his messages about the mortgage. For the first time in 5 years, I hit decline. Outside, Seattle's perpetual rain had ceased, leaving the air fresh and clean. I took a deep breath, feeling lighter than I had in years. My mother's final words had hurt, yes, but they had also freed me. No more pretending, no more obligation, no more draining my resources to fuel their lifestyle. I had built something from nothing once before, starting with just a laptop in a dream in a small office above a Chinese restaurant. I could do it again, but this time without the weight of family expectations holding me back. My phone vibrated once more. A message from Megan. Where are you? Dad's trying to contact you about the mortgage. I typed a response, then paused, considering my words carefully. Finally, I wrote, Tell Dad the mistake is done fixing his problems. It's time for you to figure it out yourselves. Then I blocked their numbers, tucked the phone back into my pocket, and walked to my car. It was time to start writing my own story. One where I wasn't the mistake, but the masterpiece. But this was just the beginning. What I didn't know then was that my family's reaction to being cut off would trigger a chain of events that would change everything. Their desperate attempts to regain control, their manipulation tactics, and finally their shocking discovery about who I had become while they were busy belittling me. All of that was yet to come. For now, though, I simply drove home, watching Seattle's skyline grow in my windshield. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. But for the first time in years, I was ready to face them on my own terms. The office above the Chinese restaurant was long gone, replaced by a sleek space in a downtown high-rise. But sometimes when I needed a reminder of how far I'd come, I would order Kung Pao chicken and smile, remembering the girl who started with nothing but determination. That girl wasn't a mistake. She was a force of nature, and now, finally, she was free. The first sign that my family had discovered the canceled payments came 3 days later. I was in my office reviewing a potential acquisition deal when my assistant Oliver alerted me over the intercom. Miss Miller, your father is in the lobby. He's being quite insistent about seeing you. I looked at my computer screen. Exactly 72 hours since the mortgage payment was due. Right on schedule. How insistent? I asked, already knowing the answer. He's threatening to call security if they don't let him up. Should I? No, I interrupted, saving my work. I'll handle this. Send him to conference room P and make sure the recording is activated. 5 years of managing my family's finances had taught me one thing. Always keep records. Something told me I'd need them soon. The conference room was all glass and chrome with views of Seattle's skyline that typically impressed clients. My father was standing by the window. His reflection showed a face I barely recognized. Gone was the confident businessman who scorned my career choices. In his place was someone desperate, angry, and dangerous. The mortgage payment was rejected, he said without turning around. Yes, your mother just died. Abigail, he finally faced me, playing the guilt card he'd played so many times before. Is this how you want to honor her memory? I sat down at the conference table, indicating he should do the same. He remained standing. Mom made her feelings clear in the will, I said calmly. To quote exactly, to our mistake, Abigail, nothing. That was just... He made a dismissive gesture with his hand. Your mother was upset about some things. You know how she got. But this isn't about that. This is about family. Family? I repeated the words slowly. Like you and Megan getting everything while I'm labeled as a mistake? His face darkened. You're being childish. We need that money. The mortgage is no longer my problem. I stood up, matching his posture. I've sent you $300,000 over the past 5 years. Money that could have grown my business, bought my own home, built my future. Instead, it went into a black hole of ingratitude. Ingratitude? His voice rose sharply. We gave you everything. An education, opportunities. That I paid for myself, I interrupted. Full scholarship for college. I worked 3 jobs to cover expenses. The only thing you gave me was the constant reminder that I wasn't good enough. He slammed his hand on the table. The sound echoed in the room, but I didn't flinch. You ungrateful little. He visibly restrained himself, trying to regain control. Fine. How much? Excuse me? How much to fix this? You want a piece of the inheritance? Name your price. I laughed, and the sound seemed to surprise him more than anger would have. You still don't get it, do you? This wasn't about money. It's about respect, about acknowledgement. Things you and Mom never thought I deserved. What do you want then? His voice had turned calculating. I recognized that tone. It was the same one he used in business negotiations. Nothing, I said. I simply want nothing from you. Not money, not relationship, not family obligations. I'm done. His face went through a series of surprise, anger, and finally the one I had been waiting for. Fear. You can't do this, he whispered. The house, everything. We'll lose it all. Probably, I agreed. Unless Megan steps up. She received the inheritance. After all, I'm sure she'll be happy to help. The mention of Megan seemed to trigger something. He pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling slightly as he dialed. I could hear it ringing on speaker. Daddy. Megan's voice filled the room. Did you talk to her? Did you fix it? I'd never been denied anything, especially by me. They would escalate their actions. They would try to find ways to pressure me. They would try to use my business contacts against me. What they didn't know was that I was prepared. 5 years of supporting them had taught me to document everything. Every transfer, every text message asking for money, every email promising it would be the last time. I had it all safely stored. I also had something else they didn't know about. Influence. The Thompson deal I was reviewing wasn't just any acquisition. It was for a property management company that happened to handle several of Dad's commercial properties. Properties that were already struggling due to his financial mismanagement. If they wanted to play hardball, they would learn that the mistake had learned some tricks of her own. My computer pinged with an email notification. It was from Mr. Harrison, the family lawyer. Miss Miller, your father has requested a family meeting to discuss recent developments. He suggests tomorrow at 2 p.m. at the lake house. Megan and her husband will be present. Please consider attending to resolve this situation amicably. Regards, David Harrison. I hit reply. Mr. Harrison, thank you for the invitation, but I must decline as the lake house now belongs to Megan. I have no right to be there. As for resolving the situation, I believe Moms will made everything perfectly clear. Regards, Abigail Miller, CEO, Miller Consulting Group. I added my full title deliberately. Let them see what the mistake had built while they were busy belittling her. Just then, Oliver knocked on my door. Miss Miller, you should see this. He handed me his tablet open to a local business news site. The headline made my blood run cold. Family drama. Local businessman accuses daughter of financial abandonment. There was my father. Extensively quoted about how his ungrateful daughter had cut off support to his grieving family. How I had taken advantage of their trust and then abandoned them in their time of need. The article even mentioned my company by name. So this was their game. They thought they could shame me back into the fold, damage my business reputation until I had no choice but to give in. What they didn't understand was that shame only works if you accept it. And I was done accepting their version of reality. I handed the tablet back to Oliver. Call PR. It's time to tell our side of the story. The next few days would change everything. My family thought they could pressure me into submission, but they were about to learn that the daughter they had scorned for so long had become someone they couldn't afford to antagonize. Their attempts to damage my reputation would backfire spectacularly, leading to revelations that would shake the foundations of our family. But that was tomorrow's battle. For now, I had work to do, starting with a call to the Thompson Group about accelerating our acquisition timeline. The PR war my father initiated backfired spectacularly within 48 hours. While I hadn't planned to make our family drama public, since he opened that door, I walked right through it. My company's PR team issued a simple statement, a detailed record of every payment I had made to my family over the past 5 years, along with a copy of the relevant section of my mother's will. No emotional commentary, no accusations, just cold, hard facts with a single question at the end. Who really abandoned whom? The public response was immediate and overwhelming. Local business forums exploded with discussions. The same news outlet that had published my father's accusations now ran a follow-up piece, Financial Family Abuse, the dark side of filial obligation. But I wasn't finished yet. The Thompson acquisition papers are ready, announced Oliver, placing a thick folder on my desk. They're offering a 15% discount if we close before the end of the month. I smiled, opening the folder. Thompson Properties managed 60% of my father's commercial real estate. Once this deal closed, I would effectively become his landlord. Schedule the signing for next week, I said. Then I paused. And Oliver, make sure my father receives an invitation. He should know who his new property manager will be. The next few days passed in a whirlwind of activity. My family tried everything to regain control. Megan showed up at my office twice only to be turned away by security. My father tried to contact my major clients, but my reputation for integrity spoke louder than his desperate accusations. Then came the message that changed everything. It was from my father's business partner, Michael. Abigail, you need to see this. Your father is trying to sell the business. Attached was a photo of a contract. My father was planning to sell his remaining business assets for a fraction of their value to a holding company I'd never heard of. It seemed desperate until I looked closer and recognized Megan's husband, Brian's signature on the incorporation papers. They were trying to hide assets. I sent the evidence to my lawyers, then made a call to the one person who could help me understand what was really going on. An hour later, I sat across from Michael in a quiet cafe 3 blocks from my office. He looked tired, older than his 50 years. It's worse than we thought, he said, sliding a USB drive across the table. Your father has been moving money for years. The investment that supposedly failed, it didn't. He diverted the proceeds to offshore accounts, then declared bankruptcy to avoid paying the investors. I felt the blood drain from my face. That's fraud. Michael nodded grimly. The SEC has been sniffing around. Your father knew it was only a matter of time before they found something. That's why he needed your money to cover the holes in the books. And now that you've cut him off, he's desperate. The sale to Megan's shell company is his last attempt to hide whatever's left before it all crashes down. I stared at the USB drive, feeling the weight of its contents. Why are you showing me this? Michael's eyes met mine. Because I was there when you were born. I watched you grow up. I saw how they belittled every achievement, every success. You deserved better. I tucked the drive into my purse, my mind already racing with possibilities. Thank you, Michael. What are you going to do? I stood up, leaving enough cash on the table to cover our coffees. I'm going to make sure they can't hurt anyone else. Back in my office, I reviewed the documents Michael had provided. The evidence was damning. Years of systematic fraud, all carefully documented. My father hadn't just been stealing from investors. He had been stealing from his own company, from his employees' pension fund, even from his partners. I made 2 calls. One to the SEC arranging a meeting for the following morning. The second to Mr. Harrison. Miss Miller, he answered on the first ring. I was just about to call you. Let me guess. Another family meeting. Yes, tomorrow at 2 p.m. Your father insists it's urgent. I checked my calendar, already knowing I was free. The lake house again? Actually, no. Your father's office. He says it's about the future of the family business. Perfect. Tell him I'll be there. The next morning, I met with the SEC investigators, handing over everything Michael had provided. They were particularly interested in the attempted asset transfer to Megan's shell company. At 2 p.m. sharp, I walked into my father's office building for what I knew would be the last time. The receptionist directed me to the main conference room where I found my father, Megan, her husband, Brian, and Mr. Harrison already waiting. Abigail, my father stood, attempting a smile. Thank you for coming. We have a proposal that might benefit everyone. I took a seat, noting the thick contract in front of Megan. I'm listening. We're restructuring the family business, he began. Megan and Brian have created a new holding company. We want to transfer all the assets to this new entity, and you would receive a 15% stake in exchange. We need you to resume the monthly payments and publicly retract your recent statements. I took the contract, pretending to read it carefully. And if I refuse? Then you get nothing. Megan leaned forward. No stake in the company, no part in future earnings. You'll be completely cut out of the family fortune. What family fortune? I asked quietly. The one Dad hid in offshore accounts, or the one he stole from his investors? The room fell into dead silence. My father's face turned ashen. What are you talking about? Demanded Megan, but I could see the fear creeping into her eyes. The SEC is very interested in that question, I said, standing up. In fact, they should be arriving any moment. I had a fascinating meeting with them this morning. The sound of elevator doors opening echoed down the hallway, followed by multiple footsteps. You didn't, my father whispered. Actually, I did. But don't worry, I made sure they had everything. The offshore accounts, the fraudulent bankruptcy, even this latest attempt to hide assets through Megan's company. Consider it my final gift to the family. The door to the conference room opened. 3 SEC agents walked in, followed by 2 police officers. Robert Miller, an agent stepped forward. We have a warrant for your arrest. What happened next seemed to unfold in slow motion. My father trying to delete something on his phone before an agent snatched it away. Megan screaming that I had no right, that I was destroying the family. Her husband Brian attempting to flee before being detained at the elevator. Mr. Harrison just sat there, slowly shaking his head. I should have known, he muttered. All those years of meticulous record-keeping. I watched as my father was led away in handcuffs. Megan and Brian following shortly after as material witnesses. The family empire built on lies and manipulation crumbled in less than an hour. Outside, reporters had already gathered. Someone must have tipped them off. As I walked to my car, I heard my father's voice one last time. Abigail, you can't do this. We're family. I turned, meeting his eyes. No, Dad. I'm just the mistake. Remember? And this mistake just corrected a lot of wrongs. 3 months later, I was sitting in my office reviewing the final report from the SEC investigation. My father had been sentenced to 15 years for fraud and embezzlement. Megan and Brian received lighter sentences for their roles in the attempted asset concealment. The lake house and other properties were seized and sold to pay back investors. Oliver knocked on my door. "Miss Miller, the Thompson deal is complete. You now officially own the management rights to all the former Miller Properties buildings." I nodded, closing the SEC file. "Schedule a meeting with the tenants. I want to discuss modernization plans and potential rent adjustments." He hesitated. "Also, there's a letter from your father." I held out my hand, taking the envelope with the prison seal. Inside was a single page. "Abigail, I now understand what you meant about respect, about acknowledgement. I'm sorry it took losing everything to see what we had in you. Dad." I folded the letter carefully and placed it in my desk drawer. Perhaps someday I would respond, but not today. Today I had a company to run, a future to build. My phone vibrated. A message from Michael. "I saw the announcement about the Thompson deal. Your grandfather would be proud." I smiled, remembering the one family member who had ever believed in me. He had called me his $1 million mistake once, joking with my parents about their short-sightedness. Looking at Seattle's skyline from my office window, I realized he was wrong. I wasn't a $1 million mistake. I was a $1 billion success story, and I had done it my way, without their help, without their approval, and finally, without their chains holding me back. The mistake had become a masterpiece. Now on to the next story. Story 4. I was still in the middle of unwrapping the crepe paper from a small square gift when my mom blurted out, "Okay, everyone, clear the table. We need to make room for Kayla's cake." At first, I thought she misspoke, that it was just one of those weird mom slips like calling the dog by your name. But no, she meant it. My name is Tyler. I had just turned 18, and my sister Kayla, who was 21, had decided she was going to redo her 18th birthday. And apparently that meant hijacking mine. I should probably back up a bit. Growing up, I learned early that being the second child doesn't just mean hand-me-down clothes. In my house, it meant hand-me-down attention, priorities, and even milestones. Kayla was the golden child, the kind of person who could crash a car, cry about how the steering wheel felt weird, and still get comforted while Dad handed her his keys. Meanwhile, I once got grounded for bringing home an A+ in math because it was a sign I was slacking. The contrast wasn't always loud, but it was there. A steady drumbeat in the background of our family life. Small things that piled up over the years until I stopped expecting fairness and just settled for neutrality. But my 18th birthday was supposed to be different. They promised me the world. I still remember the way Mom grinned over her wine glass a few months before, telling relatives, "Oh, Tyler's turning 18. We're doing something really special. He's such a thoughtful kid. He deserves it." I didn't even ask for anything huge. I didn't want a car or a trip or some extravagant surprise. I just wanted a day. One day that was about me, where I wouldn't be Kayla's little brother, or the afterthought, or the guy stuck loading the dishwasher while she flipped her hair and walked off. I wanted to feel like I mattered, and for a while it seemed like I would. They let me pick the restaurant. I chose this little Italian place downtown with dim lighting, mismatched chairs, and the best mushroom ravioli I've ever had. They booked the private room, invited my friends, got a custom cake. Everything looked like it was finally going right. Even Kayla seemed oddly agreeable, which should have been my first red flag. She smiled when she arrived, late, of course, in a glittery silver dress that screamed prom queen instead of dinner guest. "Can't believe my baby bro's all grown up," she purred, giving me an air kiss while immediately turning to take selfies at the wine bar. I didn't say anything. I knew better than to poke the bear. Dinner started well enough. I had my favorite pasta. Dad even offered me a glass of wine. Just this once. "Don't tell your mom." My friends gave me a pair of headphones I'd been eyeing for months. And there was this brief moment, maybe 10 minutes, where I actually felt normal, celebrated, like someone had seen me. That all came crashing down when the lights dimmed and a server rolled out a second cake. A giant tiered monstrosity covered in pink frosting and edible glitter. With "Happy 18th birthday," Kayla scrolled across the front. It took a full 10 seconds before my brain could process what I was looking at. I blinked, looked at my mom, then at Kayla, who was already clapping her hands like a game show contestant. "I know it's technically your birthday," she laughed, "but I never got a proper party for mine. Remember the whole thing with Grandma being sick? I figured why not make it up now." She said it like she was doing me a favor, like it was cute, like it made sense. I glanced around the room. Some of my friends were staring at their plates. One of them, James, let out a low whistle under his breath and mouthed, "What? Wait, are you serious?" I asked, my voice coming out quieter than I meant it to. Kayla tilted her head, fake pout on full display. "Ty, don't be weird about it. We're sharing, okay? It's not that deep." But it was that deep. It was the last straw in a long line of silent sacrifices. The school plays they skipped because Kayla had a hair appointment. The holidays that revolved around her schedule. The way every argument, no matter how petty, ended with me being told to apologize. And now, even this, my milestone, my moment, was being split down the middle like a Black Friday deal. I felt the heat rush to my face, and not from embarrassment, but rage. Pure, white-hot, helpless rage. I turned to my parents. "You knew about this?" Dad looked uncomfortable, like he wanted to slide under the table. Mom gave this tight little smile, the one she used when she was pretending something wasn't a big deal. "Well, sweetheart, you did say you didn't want anything extravagant. And Kayla never really got closure on her 18th. She's 21. I snapped. "She had 3 birthdays since then. She didn't feel celebrated," Mom replied. Like that somehow justified everything. It was like I wasn't even a person in that moment. Just a prop in Kayla's ongoing theater of self-worship. The rest of the night was a blur. They sang for her, took photos, cut her cake. At some point, someone asked if we were twins because of the double celebration, and Kayla laughed like it was the best thing she'd ever heard. I didn't even touch my own cake. I just sat there surrounded by noise, feeling smaller and smaller. Later, back at home, I locked myself in my room while Kayla paraded around the living room in her heels, showing off gifts she had accidentally opened. No one knocked on my door. No one checked in. That night, I made a decision. I was done. Done playing the role of the quiet son. The one who kept the peace, who swallowed the hurt, who watched from the sidelines while Kayla took center stage. I didn't know how yet, but something in me shifted. I wasn't going to let them keep dimming my light just to let her shine brighter. And what none of them knew, not Kayla, not Mom, not even Dad, was that I had been building something quietly in the background. Something real. Something of my own. And the next time they saw me, it wouldn't be in her shadow. It would be from a stage of my own making. But that part comes later. The real unraveling started 1 year after that dinner. And by then, I wasn't the same kid they had brushed aside. For the next few weeks after my hijacked birthday, I kept my head down. No dramatic speeches, no passive-aggressive texts, no revenge. Not yet. I think my parents assumed I'd gotten over it, that I'd understand eventually the way I always did. But I didn't. I just got quiet. The kind of quiet that simmers under your skin like a low boil that never really goes away. Kayla went back to school 2 days later. She was finishing up a degree in something vague and Pinterest-worthy, digital branding or lifestyle marketing, or whatever it was this semester. The only thing consistent about Kayla's college life was how often she switched majors and how fast she posted about it. And just like that, the house was quiet again. The golden child had returned to her palace of selfies and sorority brunches, and I was left in the silence she always left behind. I graduated high school that June, valedictorian. Not that anyone in my family came to the ceremony. They said they were coming. Mom even made a big deal of buying a new blouse. Dad scheduled the time off. Kayla posted, "So proud of my little bro, class of 20 whatever," on her Instagram story the night before. But the morning of, Kayla called in tears. Her boyfriend had broken up with her again. That made 5 by my count. This one had a beard and a vape business and the emotional maturity of a lawn chair. They were soulmates for 3 months and fighting like siblings for 2. And the moment he ghosted her, my mom jumped into full crisis mode. "I can't just leave her like this, Tyler. She's devastated." "I'm your son," I said quietly. "This is my graduation. She needs us more right now." That was the first time I felt something snap. Not crack. Snap. Like a rope being pulled too tight for too long. I sat there in my room in the itchy blue gown, waiting for someone to change their mind, for my mom to call back and say she was wrong, that she was getting in the car and they'd be there, and they'd cheer so loud the whole stadium would hear. But the phone stayed quiet. The clock ticked forward, and eventually, I had to leave. I walked across that stage alone. James was there, front row, filming it all like a proud parent. His mom even brought me flowers. She said, "I'm just so proud of you, sweetheart. I remember when you were this tall," and held her hand somewhere around my rib cage. I had to excuse myself after the ceremony so I wouldn't cry in front of her. When I got home that night, I found a card on the kitchen table. No gift, no hug, just a card with a pre-printed message and Mom's loopy handwriting. "So proud of you. You're going to do great things. Love you always, Mom and Dad." Underneath it, in smaller print, "P.S. Kayla's staying with us for a few days. Be nice." I didn't say a word. Kayla moved back into her old room like she owned the place. She cried on the couch, binge-watched trash reality shows, and used up the last of my shampoo without asking. She'd dramatically sigh every 5 minutes, then look around to see if anyone noticed. One night, I came home from a shift at the movie theater. The same one I'd been working at for over a year, quietly saving money, planning my future, and found her wearing my hoodie. Not a similar hoodie. Mine. From the college I'd just gotten accepted to. The one I'd busted my tail applying for, chasing down recommendation letters and scholarships like my life depended on it. She was curled up in it like a cat, phone in one hand, bag of chips in the other. "Kayla," I said slowly, trying to stay calm, "can you please take that off? That's not yours." She looked up like I was being dramatic. "You're so territorial. Chill." I was cold. "You have 10 hoodies in your closet. But this one's cozy. It's mine." She rolled her eyes and flung it toward me like it was contaminated. "God, fine. You're so touchy lately." And just like that, I was the problem again. I wish I could say that was the worst of it. It wasn't. A week later, while I was at work, Kayla borrowed my car. She didn't ask. She just took the keys from the hook, drove to some pop-up flower market with her friend Maddie, and came back with a flat tire and a story about how the curb came out of nowhere. When I asked her why she thought she could take my car, she said, "Relax. You're not even using it during the day. And you live here." My parents laughed it off. "She's your sister, Tyler. She was just trying to clear her head. Don't be so selfish." I was done, emotionally checked out. I stopped talking to any of them unless it was absolutely necessary. I ate my meals in my room. I made up extra shifts just to get out of the house. I slept with headphones in and kept my car keys in my backpack. And still, somehow, they found ways to hurt me. The real betrayal, the one that left me stunned, came on a Tuesday afternoon in July. I was sitting on the porch scrolling through my emails when I got the notification. I'd been waiting for a scholarship offer. Not just a scholarship, the scholarship. Full ride, housing, books, meal plan, all of it. 4 years of freedom tied up with a little digital bow. I stared at the screen for a full minute before I could process it. Then I shot up from my chair, heart pounding, and ran inside. "Mom, Dad, you're not going to believe this. I got it." They were sitting at the kitchen table with Kayla, mid-discussion about some influencer retreat she wanted to attend. Mom looked up. "Got what, sweetie?" "The scholarship. The one from Handover. They picked me. It's a full ride." For a moment there was silence. Then Dad said, "Wow, that's great news." Mom smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "That's wonderful, honey. We're proud of you." "Kayla?" She didn't say anything. She just blinked. Then she asked, "Wait, does that mean you're leaving in the fall?" "Yeah. Orientation starts mid-August." Another pause. Then Kayla turned to Mom and said, "I was actually hoping to stay here for a few more months. I've been thinking of taking time off from school. Just need some space to figure things out. You know?" Mom nodded. "Of course, sweetheart. You take all the time you need." I blinked. "What does that have to do with, Kayla cut in. "If Tyler's leaving, then I could move into his room. It's bigger, better lighting for videos." I laughed. I thought it was a joke. It wasn't. 2 days later, I came home to find half my stuff boxed up. My desk, my chair, my books, all stacked in the hallway like donations. Mom met me at the door. We're just starting the transition, sweetheart. No rush. But you'll be moving soon anyway. So you decided to evict me? You're not being evicted. You're moving out for college in a month. She needs the space, Tyler. Then maybe she shouldn't have dropped out of school. That silence, the kind that hangs heavy in the air, sticky and sharp, was the only reply I got. Later that night, I found Kayla in my chair, feet on my desk, filming a TikTok about manifesting your goals while surrounded by my books, my planner, my stuff. She paused when she saw me and said, "Don't be salty. You're going to be off having your little college adventure. Let me have this." I stared at her, at the smirk, the entitlement, the total lack of awareness, and something inside me crystallized. I wasn't angry anymore. I was done. No more hoping they'd change. No more waiting for an apology that would never come. No more pretending I was part of a family that saw me as disposable. I walked back to my room, or rather what was left of it, and stared at the scholarship email still open on my screen. Then I opened a new document. A checklist of what I needed, where I was going, how to disappear completely without them even realizing it until it was too late. Because I wasn't just leaving for college. I was leaving for good. Packing didn't take long. When people think of leaving home, they picture months of planning, dozens of boxes, teary goodbyes. But when the place you're leaving stopped feeling like home a long time ago, it's surprising how fast you can strip your life down to essentials. A couple of suitcases, a laptop, a worn hoodie, and a fire in my gut that had been building for years. I didn't announce it. I didn't sit anyone down. I just left a sticky note on my now empty desk. "Thanks for everything. I'll let you know when I land. Tyler." And then I walked out the front door quietly, early on a Monday morning before Kayla could turn my bed into her filming set or Mom could offer one last guilt-laced hug. The sunrise was just barely creeping over the horizon when I pulled out of the driveway. It was the only goodbye I needed. What followed were some of the loneliest weeks of my life. Orientation week at handover felt like being dropped into the middle of a movie already in progress. Everyone seemed to arrive with a built-in friend group. Kids from the same high schools, roommates who had matched early, people with older siblings who gave them all the tips. I tried to smile, to blend in, but it was hard to stay present when my head was still stuck in everything I'd left behind. Most nights I sat alone in the dining hall, earphones in, tray untouched. My roommate was nice enough. An engineering major named Dev who kept his side of the room obsessively clean and fell asleep with ambient rain sounds playing at a volume that made my fillings vibrate. We coexisted like ghosts, said hey when we passed each other, made awkward small talk about the weather, then retreated to our separate corners of the room like strangers on a train. And then, 2 weeks into the semester, I got a text from my mom. "Hey sweetie, Kayla's thinking about starting her own business. She might need your help with branding. You're so good at that stuff. Can you give her a call?" I stared at the screen for a full minute, rereading it just to make sure I wasn't imagining things. Not how's school. Not we miss you. Not even a congrats again. Just another request to make Kayla's dreams a reality. I didn't reply. That night I hit a wall. Emotionally, mentally. I closed my laptop, turned off the light, and sat in the dark for a long time, just listening to the hum of the AC and the muffled footsteps from the hallway. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just went still. I felt empty, like the past few years had hollowed me out from the inside, and all that was left was the shell of someone who used to believe that trying harder would make people love him more. Didn't. That was my rock bottom. And then, weirdly, things started to shift. It began small. One night, I stayed late in the campus library. Not for a class or assignment, but just to breathe. I liked the quiet there, the way the fluorescent lights buzzed above the rows of books. It was the only place where I didn't feel watched, judged, compared. I started reading for fun again. Not textbooks, not articles, books. Real ones. Stories about people who ran away, who started over, who built something out of nothing. I devoured memoirs from self-made entrepreneurs, novels about underdogs, guides about passive income and building digital businesses from scratch. And for the first time in a long while, my mind started turning again. See, what I hadn't told anyone, not even my closest friend, James, was that while my family had been busy dismissing me, I'd been busy learning. Late nights after school, I taught myself everything I could about design, digital marketing, and branding. I watched free YouTube tutorials, audited online courses, read subreddits, and followed startup forums. I had folders full of mock branding kits, mood boards, font pairings, color psychology breakdowns. I wasn't just playing around. I had been training all through senior year. While Kayla was throwing tantrums about follower counts and faking sponsorships, I had quietly built a portfolio. Anonymous, clean, no last name, no face, just work. I'd started posting on Fiverr and Behance under the handle at NVRND, short for never end. A private reminder to myself that I'd never let my story end where they wanted it to. I only got a few nibbles back then. A logo here, a podcast cover there. But the feedback was glowing. Clients started coming back. Referrals trickled in. And now that I was on my own with nobody breathing down my neck, I decided to go all in. I upgraded to a full freelance profile, rebuilt my site, started waking up 2 hours early to work before class, and staying up 2 hours late to finish client projects. I took photos of the campus to use in mock-ups, created templates, started building passive income kits, brand strategy guides, Instagram carousel packs, digital planners. I listed them on Gumroad under my handle. And slowly, something wild started happening. Money. Not a ton at first, a few bucks here and there, then $20, then $50, then a week where I made $300 from just digital downloads. I reinvested it all, got better tools, paid for ad space, automated parts of my workflow. I even designed my own custom planner just for freelancers and sold it as a secret weapon for creators. By December, I was making enough to cover food and books without touching the scholarship. By March, I was making more than my mom, and no one had a clue. It was intoxicating. Not the money, the freedom. The knowledge that I had created something completely separate from my family's narrative. I didn't need their praise, their validation, their permission. I was writing my own story now. I stopped checking Kayla's Instagram. I muted my mom's texts. I let the distance grow. And in that space, I found parts of myself I didn't even know were missing. Dev and I actually became friends. Real friends. After a late-night ramen run turned into a 4-hour conversation about how both of our parents treated us like backups for someone else, we started working out together, trading playlists, helping each other prep for interviews. He started calling me the machine because of how disciplined I was. I told him about the freelance stuff eventually, and he was the first person to say, "Dude, you're going to be a beast at this. You just wait." He was right. By the end of freshman year, I'd landed 3 long-term clients, built a 5-star profile, and had a waiting list of small brands asking for help. My planner had sold over 800 copies. I was invited to speak on a student entrepreneurship panel. I even got offered a paid summer internship at a startup in New York. Fully remote, flexible hours, great pay. I said yes. Then I called James. He nearly screamed through the phone. "I knew it. I knew you'd blow up." We spent 2 hours catching up, laughing about Kayla's birthday heist and how I'd basically turned into some kind of quiet tech wizard. At the end of the call, he said, "You going to tell your parents?" I paused, and for the first time in a long time I smiled. "No," I said, "not yet," because I had a plan, and it required silence. See, I knew something they didn't, something no one in my family had bothered to ask about during that entire year of radio silence. Kayla had a project due for one of her personal branding classes. A final, something that would count for nearly half her grade, and it involved launching a small digital brand, complete with a logo, website, and mock social campaign. How did I know? She'd accidentally emailed the prompt to me instead of her professor. And it gave me an idea. One that would expose everything. One that would force them, all of them, to finally see me not just as the kid they ignored, but as the storm that had been quietly building in the background. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The revenge part, that's next. And when I say it shattered everything they thought they knew, I mean it broke the entire facade beyond repair. Let me tell you how I set it all in motion. It was a Tuesday when Kayla's email dropped into my inbox. Subject: Tyler, can you look at this? Well, I'm stuck. At first, I was confused. We hadn't spoken in months. Her number was still muted on my phone. Her name buried beneath a pile of missed messages and half-written replies I never sent. I figured she was reaching out about something trivial, but when I opened the message, the full prompt for her final project stared back at me. Launch a personal brand identity for a fictional or real influencer concept. Must include logo, tagline, visual style guide, mood board, 3 social mockups, and a 1-page site preview. Due April 20th. No message, no explanation, just that PDF and a Dropbox link to half-finished assets labeled carrybrand_final. I didn't know whether to laugh or scream. This was her capstone, the final project for her program, the very degree she had kept bouncing around in for years, just now finally starting to complete. And for whatever reason, desperation, laziness, or sheer entitlement, she had turned to me. The brother she'd walked over, dismissed, replaced. The same brother whose room she stole, whose birthday she hijacked, whose future she tried to erase by taking up space that was never hers to begin with. And now she needed help. It would have been easy to delete the email. Ignore her. Let her flounder. That alone would have been a satisfying kind of revenge. But something about the way she wrote, "Tyler, can you look at this?" Like we were still on casual emoji-level terms. Crawled under my skin. She hadn't changed. Not at all. She still thought I was hers to summon. Still thought I was the safe little brother who'd put his dreams on pause to fix hers. But I wasn't that kid anymore. I was someone else now. Someone sharper, quieter, and more dangerous. And I realized this wasn't a favor request. This was an opportunity. So I got to work. The first thing I did was open her Dropbox folder. It was a disaster. Low-res mood board screenshots, a Canva logo with 4 different font styles, and a social media post that literally said, "You can't manifest dreams if you don't sleep pretty." I almost choked on my coffee. She had no concept of brand cohesion, no color palette, no target audience. The tagline changed every other slide. The whole thing felt like someone trying to repackage astrology memes into a TED Talk. But one file caught my attention. A voice note just under a minute long. Curious, I played it. "Okay, so if you do look at this, Tyler, first of all, hey, miss you, hope school's good. Anyway, I know you're better at this design stuff and I just kind of need a pass, you know? It's not that serious. And you're basically a pro. So, if you can just clean it up, nothing crazy, just make me look good. Love you." There was a soft giggle at the end. It hit me like a slap, because that voice, casual, chirpy, shallow, was the sound I had grown up with. The soundtrack to years of being undermined, sidelined, and told to just help out while she took the credit. And something in me clicked. I wasn't going to clean it up. I was going to light it up. But I needed to be strategic. This couldn't just be a petty sabotage. I wanted her to fall apart in real time with everyone watching, professors, classmates, our parents. I wanted her to come face to face with her own mediocrity, stripped of the safety net I'd unknowingly been weaving under her for years. So I started gathering intel. I dug through her old social media posts, class blogs, and even the digital portfolio she'd shared during a live stream in January. She had one thing going for her: a decent Instagram following, mostly followers she'd racked up through influencer pods and giveaways. But it was enough to build an illusion of credibility. She had branded herself as a lifestyle vision coach, whatever that meant, with a focus on feminine energy, digital manifestation, and mindset clarity. All buzzwords, no substance. But it was perfect. I could work with this. I opened a new folder. Inside, I started building what would become my most ambitious project to date. A fully fleshed-out influencer brand so convincing, so polished, and so absolutely off-brand for Kayla that she would be forced to present it without realizing it was a parody of herself. I called it CABB, Curate Your Chaos. The tagline: because growth isn't about healing, it's about hiding it better. The mission statement was a masterpiece of satirical fluff, carefully engineered to sound just close enough to her usual nonsense that she wouldn't question it. At CAB, we believe the path to success is paved with aesthetic detachment and strategic emotional rebranding. Our content empowers women to monetize their breakdowns by turning every inconvenience into a story arc. I designed a logo that looked like a luxury lipstick brand trying to launch a cult. 3 vertical lines for K and an abstract B looped into the negative space, in soft, whispery colors like rose ash, dust lilac, and liminal beige. I used serif fonts with handwritten overlays to make everything feel personal yet exclusive. Then I built 3 mock posts for her social campaign. 1. A fake quote post. Sometimes the best way to grow is to ignore the consequences. #healing is a scam too. A product shot for an imaginary candle line called Mood Monet, scents included. Overshare, rose plus disappointment, ghosted gracefully, citrus plus apology energy, and spiral softly, lavender plus regret. 3. A teaser reel for her upcoming webinar, Level Up Without Changing. A free masterclass for women who want success without accountability. I packaged it all into a glossy pitch deck, complete with graphs about emotional ROI, charts showing brand relatability growth, and a 1-page website mock-up linking to nowhere. Then I watermarked everything with her name and a fake date stamp. The piece de resistance? I added a disclaimer at the very end in tiny white text on a pale pink background. This brand concept was developed using recycled delusion and borrowed aesthetic. Any resemblance to competence is purely coincidental. I sent it to her 3 days before her deadline. No message, no context, just the files. And she used them. Every single one. How do I know? Because I created a fake class forum account under the alias Carly, complete with a profile pic from a royalty-free headshot site, and used it to watch her upload the project. She raved in the description about how this concept really captures my new direction and feels like such an authentic expression of my voice. The comments from her classmates were mixed. Some were clearly confused. One said, "This is bold LOL, are the candles real?" Another asked, "What does emotional ROI mean?" Genuinely curious. But Kayla? She was riding high. So high, in fact, that she invited my parents to attend the final project showcase. A live stream presentation where the top students would pitch their brand ideas to a panel of professors and potential mentors. She thought she was going to own that stage. She thought this would be her big comeback, her chance to prove she was the star of the family again, to show our parents that she was the one destined for success, not the quiet brother who disappeared to college and barely texted back. She had no idea that she was about to walk into her own roast delivered by herself. And me? I'd be watching from the front row. Because what I hadn't told anyone, not even Dev or James, was that I had signed up for a summer student panel at the same university, 1 town over from her college, and my design studio, NVR and ND, had just been invited to participate in the exact same live stream showcase as a guest commentator. And when I saw my name on the guest list, let's just say the final piece had clicked into place. All I had to do now was wait for the curtain to rise. Because when it did, Kayla wouldn't just stumble. She would fall spectacularly. And this time, everyone would be watching. The morning of the live stream showcase, I woke up without an alarm. No racing heart, no last-minute nerves, just calm. It had been a year since my birthday had been hijacked. A year since I realized my place in the family wasn't earned. It was assigned. But today, I wasn't the background character anymore. I dressed with care. Plain black shirt, rolled sleeves, clean jeans, laptop in my backpack, and my presentation saved on a flash drive I could hold like a weapon. I even wore the hoodie Kayla had stolen from me last summer, the one she tossed across the room like it meant nothing. This time, it was armor. The showcase was hosted in a glass-paneled event hall at the local university where Kayla was wrapping up her degree in whatever it was. NVR and ND had been invited as a rising talent in student-founded design studios. Technically, I wasn't a student there, but one of my long-term clients was on their mentorship board, and he had slipped my name into the lineup. Funny how the kid they'd once ignored had now become someone worth collaborating with. I arrived early. The lobby buzzed with nervous students holding iPads and foam boards. Professors paced the rows of seats, whispering to one another. The event was being live-streamed to over 200 people, including faculty, alumni, potential employers, and families of the presenters. I spotted Kayla instantly. She was in the center of it all, laughing too loudly in a peach blazer and high-waisted trousers that screamed aspiring CEO. Our parents stood beside her, dressed for a wedding. Dad in a pressed button-down, Mom in her presentation pearls. I noticed with no small amount of satisfaction that neither of them had noticed me walk past. The irony was intoxicating. They were here to support their daughter, finally proud of her vision. They had no idea the brand she was about to pitch was a satirical trap of her own vanity. No idea that the designer behind it, the one they hadn't bothered to call in months, was sitting 15 feet away. A staff member brought me backstage and introduced me to the panel. I smiled, shook hands, and took my seat at the end of the commentator table with a mic and notepad. We'd each be giving feedback after the student pitches, just like on a panel show. Polite, constructive, and ideally insightful. When Kayla's name was called, the room dimmed. Her brand concept was projected onto the screen behind her. CABB, curate your chaos. She took the stage with the confidence of someone who'd never heard the word accountability. I could almost hear her internal monologue. This is it, my moment. Hi everyone, I'm Kayla, and I'm so excited to share my personal branding project with you today. She began, her voice ringing clear through the speakers. My concept is about embracing imperfections, transforming emotional challenges into content currency, and creating a lifestyle that's both raw and aspirational. She clicked the remote. The first slide popped up. A glowing logo, elegant lines, pastel background. CABB is built for the modern woman who's done pretending she's healing and just wants to monetize the mess. There were a few chuckles, nervous ones. She beamed, thinking it was admiration. She kept going. Here are 3 sample posts for the campaign launch. The audience watched as the slide cycled. Sometimes the best way to grow is to ignore the consequences. Hashtag healing is a scam mood Monet. Overshare, ghosted gracefully, spiral softly. Join my free masterclass. Level up without changing. More laughter now. Except it wasn't admiration anymore. It was confusion, disbelief, a ripple of what am I looking at? Running through the rows of professionals and parents. Mom's face had frozen in a weird half-smile. Dad stared straight ahead, blinking. Kayla didn't notice. Now here's a look at the mock website. You'll see brand pillars like emotional ROI, aesthetic avoidance, and weaponized softness. She paused. The screen glitched slightly, then returned. I saw it before she did. That tiny pale pink disclaimer, the one she hadn't read, buried on the final slide. This brand concept was developed using recycled delusion and borrowed aesthetic. Any resemblance to competence is purely coincidental. Someone in the back snorted. Then came the silence. A professor leaned toward his mic. Kayla? I'd like to ask, did you develop this concept yourself? Her smile faltered. Oh yeah, of course. You wrote the tagline and developed the visuals? Yes. I flipped on my mic. I actually have a quick question, if that's all right. Her head jerked toward the panel, eyes narrowing. She hadn't noticed me until that moment. And when she did, really saw me seated behind the commentator nameplate that read Tyler M. Founder, NVR and ND Design, her mouth opened just slightly. I didn't wait for her to speak. I'm fascinated by your brand pillars, aesthetic detachment and emotional rebranding. Could you define those for us? She stammered. Well, it's like detaching from external expectations and, reclaiming emotions through storytelling for content. I nodded slowly. So, essentially packaging vulnerability as a product. Yes, she said quickly, relieved. Exactly. Even if the vulnerability isn't real. She blinked. What? I gestured at the screen. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but this entire concept hinges on the idea of exploiting personal flaws for engagement. Not growth, not healing, just aesthetic repackaging. She faltered. Well, that's a little, it's a metaphor. Except it's not, I replied gently. It's a mirror. The room had gone dead quiet. Your presentation is a satirical echo of influencer culture. I continued, my voice steady, carrying across the silent hall. It's almost too perfect, like someone designed it to expose exactly how shallow this space can be. Almost like it was made on purpose. A professor leaned in again. Kayla, Can you walk us through your process for creating this? She was pale now. Her voice cracked. I collaborated a little. With who? She looked right at me. I think I misunderstood the tone. I didn't realize. Didn't realize what? Another panelist asked. I leaned back in my chair. She couldn't answer, because the truth was written all over her face. She hadn't made any of it. Not the deck, not the strategy, not the site mock-ups. She had handed me her future, trusting I'd protect it, and I had turned it into a weapon. Someone coughed. A chair creaked. Then the lead professor spoke. Kayla, we're going to pause here. Thank you for your presentation. She stood frozen, blinking rapidly, then walked off the stage like a sleepwalker. Our parents stood halfway, then sat back down when she passed them without a glance. The rest of the showcase blurred together. I gave my panel comments calmly, praised 2 excellent branding concepts, and closed my segment by encouraging students to know the line between self-expression and self-exploitation. Afterward, I left through the side door. But before I could disappear completely, someone grabbed my shoulder. It was my mom. Her voice was low, tight. Did you? Was that really necessary? I looked her in the eye for the first time in a year. I was invited to speak, I said evenly. I gave honest feedback. She was humiliated. She humiliated herself. I just held up the mirror. My dad stood behind her, arms folded, watching but silent. Mom pressed on. You've always been so good, Tyler. Why would you do this to her? I smiled, not cruelly, just sadly. I didn't do this to her, I said. I did it for me. And I walked away. I never looked back. Kayla failed the course. Her graduation was delayed. Her followers dropped after screenshots of her satire brand presentation made their way to a few influencer call-out pages. She blamed me, of course. Texted me once, "You ruined everything." I didn't reply. But the funny thing is, she eventually got over it. Not right away, but months later, she started posting raw, real content about learning to rebuild. After being publicly humbled, she spun her failure into an origin story, turned the satire into a rebrand, and launched an Etsy store selling healing kits. It was almost impressive. Meanwhile, I kept building. By the time I hit 20, NVR and ND had a full client roster, a digital product line, and a passive income stream that tripled my old college scholarship. I moved to New York, got a minimalist apartment with concrete walls and giant windows, and stopped checking family group chats altogether. But sometimes, late at night, I'll scroll back to that email she sent me. Tyler, can you look at this? Well, I'm stuck. And I think, yeah, you were. But I wasn't. Not anymore. Because the moment I stopped asking to be seen was the moment I finally saw myself. Now on to the next story. Story 5. My name's Oliver. I'm 24 and until last month, I still lived at home. I know some people hear that and immediately picture a lazy kid who games all day and avoids responsibility. But that's not me. I've been working full-time since I was 19. Not a dream job, sure, but it pays the bills and it's honest work. I contribute where I can. I clean up after myself and I stay out of trouble. I'm not perfect, but I've always tried to be the easy child. The one who doesn't give my parents a reason to worry. And yet, somehow, I ended up being the one they treated like a burden. It started subtly, as these things usually do. My dad would make little comments at dinner, like, "Another slow day at work," even though I just finished a 10-hour shift. Mom would chime in with, "You know, your cousin Michael just got promoted. He's really going places." I'd laugh it off at first, thinking they were just trying to motivate me, but the tone got sharper over time. Then came the jokes that weren't really jokes. Dad calling me dead weight when I forgot to take the trash out one night. Mom rolling her eyes and saying, "Guess we're running a charity here," when I asked if we could eat dinner a little later so I could shower after work. Each comment stung, but I swallowed it because I didn't want to start a fight. Still, the air in the house got heavier every week. It felt like no matter what I did, it was never enough. I started staying out later after work just to avoid being in the house, sitting at the kitchen table while they picked apart my day. My sister, who moved out years ago, would occasionally stop by and notice the tension. She'd whisper to me, "Just let them talk. They'll get over it." But they didn't. If anything, it escalated. The breaking point came at dinner one night. We were sitting around the table eating in that thick silence I'd come to dread when Dad put his fork down and said casually, "Starting next month, you'll pay rent if you want to stay here." I almost choked. Rent? Out of nowhere. Before I could even respond, Mom added, "Maybe it'll teach you some respect." She said it like I'd been running around breaking their rules or leeching off them, which couldn't be further from the truth. I sat there in stunned silence, pushing the food around on my plate while my parents went back to talking like nothing had happened. My ears were ringing. It wasn't even about the money. I could afford rent. I wasn't broke. It was about what it meant. After weeks of mocking me, belittling my job, and calling me dead weight, this felt like the final shove out the door. My chest was tight, and all I could think was, so, this is how they see me. Not as a son, but as a tenant. I didn't argue that night. I didn't try to defend myself. I just excused myself from the table, went to my room, and sat on the edge of my bed for what felt like hours, staring at the wall. I thought about every moment that had led up to this. The sarcastic jabs, the jokes, the lectures about how I wasn't living up to my potential. I thought about how no matter what I did, it would never be enough for them. Something inside me just clicked. I couldn't live like this anymore. By midnight, I had made my decision. I grabbed a couple of duffel bags, packed up my clothes, my laptop, and anything else I couldn't live without. I moved quietly, careful not to wake them. When I zipped the last bag shut, I stood there for a moment, staring at my half-empty room, feeling a weird mix of sadness and relief. Then I loaded everything into my car and drove away. I didn't leave a note. I didn't send a text. I just left. For a week, I stayed with a friend from work while I figured out my next steps. I kept my phone on silent because I didn't want to see whatever angry messages were surely coming my way. And then one morning, my phone lit up with a call from Dad. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. When I picked up, his voice was frantic. "Oliver, why is your room empty? Where are you?" I sat there, phone in hand, heart pounding, as the weight of everything hit me at once. And that was the moment I realized that leaving had rattled them more than I expected. But instead of relief, all I felt was anger bubbling up. I didn't tell them where I was. Not yet. I just said, "You told me I was dead. Wait, consider me gone." And hung up. For a moment I felt powerful. Then the texts started coming in and the old guilt crept back in. First it was, "Dad, you're overreacting. We were just trying to teach you responsibility." Then, "Mom, if you cared about this family, you'd come home and talk it out." An hour later, another text. "Your brother has been stepping up and paying us back for everything. Why can't you be more like him?" That one made my stomach twist. My brother Ethan was their golden child. He had a cushy job in it. Rarely came home, but every time he did, they treated him like a visiting celebrity. A few days later, my sister texted me, "Mom is telling everyone you stormed out because you didn't want to help pay for the house. She says, 'You're being dramatic.'" That one stung. I hadn't told anyone where I was or why I left, but somehow I was already the villain in their version of events. I decided to stop replying altogether, which only seemed to make them more frantic. When I finally checked my voicemail, I found 3 missed calls from Mom. Her voice was cold and clipped in the first one. "If you're not back by Sunday, we'll consider your room gone." In the second, she sounded angrier. "You're selfish, Oliver. We gave you everything and this is how you repay us." And in the third, her tone had shifted to something almost smug. "Fine. Your brother's going to take your room if you don't come back. Maybe that will teach you a lesson." That last message sent me over the edge. My room wasn't just a room. It was the one place in that house that actually felt like mine. I'd worked hard to buy my own furniture, set it up exactly how I liked it, make it a small refuge from all the tension. The idea that they would just hand it over to Ethan, who hadn't lived at home in years, felt like a slap in the face. And then there were the family group chat messages. Ethan finally chimed in with, "Maybe if you'd grown up and stopped mooching, this wouldn't be happening." That was rich coming from the guy whose car Dad still made payments on. I stared at that message for a long time, fingers hovering over the keyboard before I finally typed. Glad to know where everyone stands. I hit send and muted the chat. A few days later, my sister invited me to lunch. I almost didn't go, but curiosity got the better of me. Over coffee, she told me Mom had been using my absence as an excuse to guilt trip her into visiting more. She keeps saying, "At least you didn't abandon us like Oliver," my sister said with an eye roll. "It's getting ridiculous." I laughed bitterly. Abandon them? They basically kicked me out. "Yeah," she said quietly, "but you know how Mom is. She'll never see it that way." Hearing that hurt more than I wanted to admit. It wasn't just about me anymore. It was about the way they rewrote the story to make themselves look like the victims. And suddenly, I realized that going back, apologizing or trying to reason with them wouldn't fix anything. The next weekend, Mom called again. This time, she sounded syrupy sweet. "Oliver, honey, we're having a barbecue next Saturday. Everyone's coming. Why don't you stop by and we can talk?" I almost laughed out loud at the audacity. A week ago, they were threatening to throw my stuff out, and now they wanted me to come play nice for the family. When I didn't respond, Dad sent me a text that simply read, "If you don't come, don't bother coming back at all." That was the moment the shift really happened inside me. Until then, I'd been hurt, angry, maybe even a little guilty. But now I was done. Done playing the scapegoat. Done letting them pull the strings. I didn't answer. Instead, I started thinking about what would happen if I never came back. Really never came back. And for the first time, that idea didn't scare me. It thrilled me. That's when I started planning my next move. The following Friday, I swung by the house when I knew they'd all be out. I wasn't planning to confront anyone. I just wanted to grab the last few things I hadn't been able to take when I left. Some photo albums, my old guitar, and a few boxes from the closet. When I unlocked the front door, the house was eerily quiet. My footsteps echoed down the hallway, and for a moment, I almost felt nostalgic. Then I opened the door to my room and froze. It wasn't my room anymore. The walls, once covered with posters and shelves I'd put up, were bare. My bed was gone, my desk too. The carpet had been vacuumed clean, and sitting right in the middle of the room was a stack of Ethan's moving boxes. On top of them, taped in Mom's neat handwriting, was a note that said, "Ethan's room." I just stood there staring, my hands shaking. I'd been gone less than 2 weeks, and they'd erased me like I'd never existed. My photos, my books, my guitar gone. I ripped open one of the boxes, hoping maybe they'd just pack my stuff away. But inside was Ethan's gaming setup, neatly labeled. The sound of a car pulling into the driveway snapped me out of it. My heart started pounding as I heard voices. Mom and Dad were home early. I barely had time to shut the box before they came in. Mom saw me standing there and smiled like this was the most normal thing in the world. "Oh, Oliver, you should have told us you were coming by." I gestured to the empty room, my voice flat. "Where's my stuff?" Dad shrugged. "In the garage. We needed to get the room ready for Ethan. He's moving back for a while." I felt like someone had punched me in the chest. "You didn't even tell me." Mom tilted her head, her voice calm, but condescending. "Well, you made it clear you were done living here. We had to move forward." Move forward. I laughed, but there was no humor in it. "You've been calling me dead weight for months. Then you kicked me out, and now you just replace me like I was never here." Dad's expression hardened. "Watch your tone. We've given you everything, Oliver. This is our house, and we'll do what we want with it." That was it. The moment something inside me finally snapped. I wasn't just hurt anymore. I wasn't just angry. I felt hollow, like they had taken every ounce of love I tried to hold on to and stomped on it. I went to the garage, found my boxes shoved against the wall, and loaded them into my car while Mom stood there watching, arms crossed. "You're being dramatic," she said as I walked past her. I didn't reply. I just shut the trunk and drove away, gripping the wheels so hard my knuckles ached. That night, sitting on the floor of my friend's apartment, surrounded by my salvaged belongings, I let the reality sink in. My parents hadn't just asked me to grow up or contribute. They'd made it clear I was expendable, replaceable, and for the first time, I stopped hoping things would get better. I didn't just want distance anymore. I wanted something else. Something that would make them feel what I'd felt. Not just hurt, but powerless. Because if they thought I was dead weight, they hadn't seen what I could do when I stopped holding back. And that was when the idea for how to hit back started to form. The days after clearing out my things were the hardest. For the first time in my life, I felt truly untethered. No room to retreat to, no house to call mine, no illusion that my parents would ever have my back. I crashed on my friend Marco's couch for almost 3 weeks, trying to piece myself together while still going to work every day and pretending nothing was wrong. Work became both my escape and my prison. I throw myself into long shifts just to keep my mind off everything. But every time I clocked out, the reality hit me all over again. I'd sit in the break room, scrolling through my phone, staring at the family group chat, still muted, reading message after message from my parents and Ethan about family dinners, barbecues, and celebrating new beginnings. They weren't even pretending to miss me anymore. One night, after a brutal double shift, I got back to Marco's place to find him asleep in the living room dark. I stood there for a long time, staring at my duffel bag shoved against the wall. That was all I owned now, really. A couple bags of clothes and a few boxes in the corner. Everything else, the room I'd built, the life I'd tried to have was gone. I sat on the floor, knees pulled up to my chest. And for the first time since leaving, I broke. Not just a couple of tears, but full-on quiet sobbing that I had to muffle in my sleeve so I wouldn't wake Marco. It wasn't just sadness. It was grief. Grief for the version of me that still believed my parents would come around someday. That if I just worked hard and kept my head down, they'd see me as enough. The next morning, I woke up with puffy eyes, but a strange kind of calm. It was like my brain had finally burned through all the denial, all the hurt, all the wishing for things to be different. I wasn't going back. Not ever. If they wanted Ethan to be their golden child, fine. Let them have him. But letting go didn't mean letting them walk all over me. I started working extra hours, not just because I needed the money, but because I had a goal now. Every paycheck, I put aside as much as I could. I cut back on everything. No takeout, no random splurges, just saving and grinding. On my days off, I researched apartments, roommates, even tiny studio spaces I could rent short-term. I wanted my own place, even if it was small, even if it was barely furnished. Somewhere I could shut the door and know nobody could take it from me. At the same time, I started quietly pulling back from my family in every other way. I didn't answer calls, didn't react to their group chat messages, didn't take the bait when Ethan tried to send me updates about how he'd fixed up my old room. I didn't tell them where I was living, and I sure didn't tell them where I was working. For the first time in my life, I was truly out of their reach. And in that silence, something started to shift inside me. Instead of imagining going back to make peace, I started imagining what it would look like to build a life completely on my own terms. And the more I pictured it, the job, the apartment, the independence, the more determined I became. Then, just when I felt like I was finally starting to climb out of the hole, Mom called one last time and left a voicemail that made my stomach twist. Her voice was cheerful, almost sing-sangy. Just so you know, Oliver, we've gone through the garage and donated most of what you left behind. You won't need it anyway, right? You've moved on. That was the last straw. I sat there staring at my phone, and instead of crying, I smiled. A cold, humorless smile. They thought they could erase me from their lives like I was some old piece of furniture to be thrown out. Fine, but if they were going to erase me, I was going to make sure they felt the weight of that decision in a way they wouldn't forget. And that's when the real plan started to take shape. Things began to shift slowly at first, almost too subtly to notice. Within a month, I had moved out of Marco's place and into a small studio apartment. It was nothing fancy, barely big enough for a bed, a small table and my laptop, but it was mine. Every time I locked the door behind me, I felt a rush of relief. No one could barge in. No one could lecture me. No one could tell me what to do with my own space. That feeling of control became addictive. I started getting serious about my finances. Not just saving, but planning. I tracked every dollar, cut out unnecessary spending, and picked up extra shifts whenever they were available. It wasn't glamorous, but watching my savings grow was empowering. It was proof that I didn't need anyone to prop me up. Meanwhile, something unexpected started happening at work. My manager noticed the extra hours I'd been putting in and started trusting me with more responsibility. I was no longer just the guy who clocked in and out. I was training new hires, managing small projects, even covering for supervisors when they were out. Within 3 months, I got a raise. I celebrated by buying a second-hand couch and a real bed frame. Small victories, but they made the apartment feel like a home. The best part was how quiet everything was. No more dinner table jokes at my expense. No more snide remarks about my job. No more constant comparisons to Ethan. For the first time, my life was mine alone, and I could feel myself getting stronger emotionally and mentally. I stopped checking the family group chat entirely. First, it was hard. I'd open it by habit, half expecting some new comment meant to guilt-trip me. But eventually, the silence became comforting. I didn't need their validation anymore. And that's when I started thinking bigger. One night, I sat down with a notepad and wrote out everything I wanted. Not just short-term goals, but the kind of life I'd never thought I could have before. A better job, a car that was fully mine paid off. A place bigger than this studio, maybe even one day a house. The more I wrote, the more focused I became. And with every paycheck, every extra shift, every small win at work, I got closer to that version of myself. By the time 6 months had passed, I barely recognized the person I had been the night I drove away from my parents' house. I wasn't the quiet, hesitant kid waiting for approval anymore. I was independent. I was capable. And for the first time, I had leverage. Real leverage. Because I no longer needed them at all. That leverage grew when I got a call from a friend at another company who'd heard about the work I was doing. They offered me an interview for a position that paid almost double what I was making. I prepared like my life depended on it, nailed the interview, and landed the job. The first paycheck from that new job felt like holding a key to a completely different future. I upgraded my apartment to a bigger one-bedroom with sunlight streaming in through the windows, a kitchen I could actually cook in, and space to breathe. And while my life was rising, my parents' calls were getting stranger. Occasionally, I get voicemails from Mom saying things like, "You never come by anymore. It's like you've forgotten where you came from." Or from Dad grumbling about how hard things have been with the mortgage. There was a time when that would have made me feel guilty. Now, it only fueled the quiet resolve building inside me. They were starting to realize I wasn't coming back on their terms. And I was starting to realize that maybe, just maybe, there was a way to make them feel every ounce of the hurt they'd put me through. Because by now, I had the stability, the money, and the freedom to do something they'd never see coming. And that's when I decided it was time to stop just moving on and start turning the tables. The real turning point came one rainy afternoon when I ran into my sister at the grocery store. She was surprised to see me. We hadn't spoken face to face since I left. At first, it was awkward, but then she sighed and said, "Look, I don't know if anyone's told you, but Mom and Dad have been really struggling. The mortgage is eating them alive. They were counting on you paying rent to help keep up with it." I blinked. So that's what this was about. She nodded, looking guilty. "Yeah. Dad refinanced the house last year to help Ethan with his business loan, and now the payments are higher. They won't admit it, but they're stressed. That's why they were so hard on you. They thought if they pushed you, you'd step up." Hearing that didn't make me feel sorry for them. If anything, it made me angrier. So, they hadn't just wanted me to pay rent out of principle. They'd wanted me to bail them out of a financial mess they created for Ethan. That piece of information changed everything. After that conversation, I started paying attention. I asked a few subtle questions around mutual family friends, and what I learned was enlightening. Ethan's business hadn't taken off the way he bragged it had. He was still living at home because he couldn't afford a place of his own. And from what I gathered, Dad was covering more than just his car payments. Suddenly, all the pressure, all the guilt-tripping, all the lectures about me being dead weight made perfect sense. They weren't just trying to teach me responsibility. They were trying to keep me on the hook to subsidize Ethan's lifestyle. And now that I had my own place, my own money, and no ties to their house, I realized I had something they didn't. Independence. I started documenting everything. Texts, voicemails, even screenshots of the family group chat where they talked about getting Oliver to pay up. At first, I wasn't sure what I was going to do with it. but it felt good to have proof to see it all laid out in black and white. Then came the moment that sealed the deal. I got a call from my dad one evening, his tone surprisingly soft. "Oliver," he said, "we're having a little trouble with the bank. Maybe you could help us out for a few months, just until things even out." I almost laughed out loud. After everything, they still saw me as the backup plan, but I didn't say no. Not yet. Instead, I said, "Let me think about it," and hung up. That night, I sat down at my kitchen table with a blank notebook and started mapping things out. If I played this right, I could not only protect myself from ever being dragged back into their mess, I could make sure they understood just how much they had underestimated me. I began talking to a financial advisor, something I never would have considered a year ago. I started putting my money into accounts they couldn't access and building a safety net that meant I'd never have to depend on anyone else again. And then I started planning my next conversation with them carefully, deliberately. I wasn't going to yell. I wasn't going to beg. I was going to make sure when the time came that every word landed exactly where it needed to, because now I wasn't just surviving. I was in control. And I knew that the next time my parents saw me, it wouldn't be as the kid they pushed around. It would be as the person they never thought I could become. The question was how to deliver the message so it hurt just enough to make them feel what I had felt. And that's when the perfect opportunity presented itself. The perfect moment came when Mom texted me out of the blue. "Family dinner next Sunday. Everyone will be there. We like you to come." For a second, I almost ignored it. But then I realized this was exactly what I'd been waiting for. A chance to face them all at once on my terms, not theirs. I spent the next few days preparing, not just mentally, but practically. I gathered up all the documentation I'd collected, the screenshots, the saved voicemails, even the picture I'd taken of my empty room with Ethan's boxes stacked in the middle. I wasn't planning to throw it in their faces like an angry teenager. No, I wanted it as a quiet reminder to myself of why I was doing this, so that if they tried to guilt me or twist the narrative, I'd remember exactly what had brought me here. When Sunday rolled around, I didn't dress in my usual casual jeans and hoodie. I put on a crisp button-down, real shoes, and carried myself like the adult I'd grown into over the last several months. When I pulled into the driveway, I saw Ethan's car parked front and center. Inside, the house smelled like roast chicken, and everyone was already seated around the table. The chatter died as I walked in. Mom's face lit up in what I'm sure she thought was a warm, welcoming smile. "Oliver," she said, standing to hug me, "we're so glad you came." I hugged her back politely, not coldly, and sat down. Dad cleared his throat and said, "Before we eat, we wanted to talk about helping with the mortgage." There it was. No small talk, no apology, just straight to the point. I took a deep breath, kept my voice even, and said, "I'm not going to do that." The room went silent. Mom blinked. "Excuse me, I'm not going to pay your mortgage," I repeated calmly. "I've built my own life now. I have my own place, my own bills, and my own responsibilities. You made your choices with the refinance with Ethan, and you can handle the consequences." Dad's face turned red. "We're your parents. You owe us." I pulled out my phone, opened the family group chat, and scrolled to the message where they called me dead weight. I slid the phone across the table. "No, what I owed you was respect, and you lost it the night you mocked me and told me I'd have to pay rent to stay under this roof." Ethan shifted uncomfortably, but stayed quiet for once. I kept going, my voice steady but firm. "I've been saving, working, and building something for myself. I'm not here to argue. I'm here to tell you that you no longer get to make decisions for me or about me. I'm not your backup plan. I'm not your safety net. I'm done being treated like I'm less than." Mom's smile had completely disappeared by now, replaced by a pinched look of anger. "You'd really sit there and watch us lose this house?" I met her eyes. "You watched me lose my room without saying a word. Consider us even." For a long moment, no one said anything. The only sound was the ticking of the kitchen clock. Then I stood up, pushed in my chair, and said, "Thanks for dinner. Enjoy the house while you can." And before anyone could respond, I turned and walked out, leaving behind stunned silence. Driving away, I felt something inside me settle, like I'd finally taken back every piece of power I'd given away. But that wasn't the end, because later that night, I sent them one final message, one that would make sure they understood this new version of me wasn't bluffing. I didn't rush to send that message. I waited until I was back in my apartment, sitting at my kitchen table, the city lights flickering outside my window. I wanted to be calm, collected, deliberate. Then I opened my phone and typed out a single text to the family group chat. I've removed myself from the co-signed utilities and accounts. Starting next month, you're fully responsible for the bills you signed for. I've also officially changed my mailing address. Please don't contact me unless it's an emergency. This is not a punishment. It's me finally choosing peace. I hit send and set the phone face down. The replies came fast and furious. First, Mom. Oliver, how could you do this to us? We need your help. Then, Dad, you're abandoning your family over hurt feelings. Grow up. Even Ethan chimed in. Wow, real mature man. But I didn't reply. For once, I didn't feel the need to defend myself. 2 weeks later, I got a call from my sister. She was half laughing, half whispering like she didn't want anyone to overhear. You won't believe this, she said. Ethan's room flooded because of a broken pipe, and Mom is furious. They can't afford the repair right now and are scrambling to cover it. She actually said, if Oliver were here, this wouldn't be happening. I couldn't help it. I laughed, not out of spite, but out of sheer relief. They finally understood that I wasn't coming to save them, that if they wanted someone to blame, they could look at the people still living under their roof. I didn't gloat, didn't post about it, didn't rub it in their faces. I just smiled and said to my sister, I hope they figure it out. I really do. A month after that, I drove past the house on my way to work. There was a for sale sign in the front yard. I parked across the street for a minute, just sitting there staring at the house I used to call home. It didn't hurt the way I thought it would. If anything, it felt like closure, like the final thread tying me to that place had finally been cut. I rolled down the window, took a deep breath, and whispered, You wanted me gone. Now I really am. Then I drove away. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My name's Elias. I'm 32. And if you'd asked me 10 years ago what I thought family meant, I would have mumbled something generic. Love, loyalty, blood ties. The usual hallmark stuff. But I've since learned that sometimes family is just the people who feel most entitled to carve pieces out of you until there's nothing left but silence. I was the quiet one growing up. Not because I didn't have things to say, but because in our house silence was safer. Every time I tried to speak up, I got the same line. Elias, you're too sensitive. Toughen up. That phrase was practically stitched into the curtains. My sister, Tessa, on the other hand, could break a window and get a cookie. She had this magnetic pull over my parents. She cried, they caved. She failed out of college twice, got married 3 times, never worked a stable job in her life, but somehow she was always the golden one. And me? I was the family ghost. Quiet, consistent, invisible unless they needed something fixed. I moved out at 19 and never really looked back. Got a scholarship, worked part-time jobs, pulled all-nighters in windowless basements to get through school. I never expected handouts. Didn't even ask for help when I knew the college fund my grandfather left for me mysteriously vanished around the time Tessa started planning her second destination wedding in Maui. I didn't fight it. I just swallowed it like everything else. Sensitive boys don't cause scenes. Still, I kept in touch. Birthday calls, polite Christmas cards, the occasional polite family Zoom. I flew home twice a year, paid for my own ticket, stayed in a cheap motel, even though there was technically a room available for me back at the house. That was until the year I came back and found out that my room, my childhood bedroom, the one with the faded space mural I painted in 8th grade and the bookshelf Grandpa helped me build, had been cleared out and refurnished for Tessa's Labrador, Oliver. Oh, come on, my mom had said when I paused in the hallway looking in. Don't be dramatic. You haven't lived here in over a decade. It's just a dog. She said it so flippantly, like she hadn't just erased the last physical piece of my childhood and handed it to a shedding mutt who chewed through books for fun. And I, like always, just nodded, smiled, and said I understood. I didn't even bring it up again when I had to sleep on a blow-up mattress in the laundry room while Oliver got a Tempur-Pedic and an air purifier. The final straw should have been when I learned they drained the last of my college fund to help pay for Tessa's third wedding. Not her first, not her second, her third. A ceremony she decided to hold in Italy. When I asked very calmly how that fund, which had my name on it in the will, ended up covering custom-embroidered napkins for a reception I wasn't even invited to, Mom sighed like I was a burden and said, "We figured you wouldn't mind. You've always been so frugal." Frugal? That's what they called struggling through college with box pasta and thrift store shoes. And again, I said nothing. I felt like I couldn't afford to say anything without becoming the villain. But when I found out about the medals, something cracked. My grandfather, Mom's dad, was the only person who made me feel seen growing up. He took me fishing when I was little, taught me how to sand wood. He was the one who pulled me aside when I was 16 and whispered, "You're not too sensitive, Eli. You just feel the weight of things that other people drop." When he passed away, he left me his old workshop tools, his books, and most importantly, his war medals. He served in Korea. Not that my parents ever talked about it. Grandpa was quiet about his service, but he kept the medals in a wooden shadow box on his bookshelf, one he built himself. It was his pride. And when I visited last, a year after his funeral, Mom had offered me a Tupperware container with some of his stuff in it. "No medals, no box. We must have misplaced it," she'd said. I believed her like a fool. Then last week, scrolling Facebook Marketplace out of boredom, I saw them. The medals. Grandpa's exact set. Same scuffed bronze star. Same faded ribbon on the Good Conduct Medal. Same misspelled label on the back of the display box that read Sergeant Harold R. Lane. They were listed under an anonymous seller, but the background of the photos gave it away. My parents' living room. That cheap lace curtain. That yellowing armchair. I stared at the listing until my hands shook. $20 for the whole thing. $20. I didn't text. I didn't call. I booked the flight. It was a red-eye into their state. The kind of trip I never took anymore. Not unless someone was in the hospital. I didn't pack much. Just a messenger bag, my laptop, and a fire building in my chest that hadn't been there in years. I didn't even tell them I was coming. I landed at 7:40 a.m., rented a car, and drove straight to their house like a man possessed. I didn't even stop for coffee. My parents live in this picturesque suburban neighborhood with mailbox flags and perfectly trimmed hedges. The kind of place that looks peaceful from the outside, but feels like a mausoleum inside. When I pulled into the driveway, Tessa's car was already there. Her vanity plate W1N3 LUVR shining in the morning light. Figures. She'd always find a way to be around when drama wasn't hers to clean up. I sat in the car for a full minute before stepping out. Heart pounding, hands shaking. I rang the doorbell, then walked in without waiting. The door was unlocked. My mom looked up from the kitchen table, her reading glasses perched on her nose. "Elias?" She blinked. "What are you doing here?" Dad was on the couch. Tessa was drinking from a mug that said "World's Best Aunt," even though she once told me she never wanted kids because they're too needy. Oliver the Labrador was sprawled on the couch cushions like he owned the deed to the place. I looked around the living room and sure enough, there it was, the shadow box. Grandpa's medals sitting on a side table next to a bowl of potpourri like some dusty thrift shop prop. I walked over and picked it up. The moment my fingers touched the wood, my mom's voice sharpened. "Don't do this," she said quickly, standing. "We were going to take the listing down. Someone flagged it." And I turned to face her, holding the box like it might disintegrate. "You were going to sell his medals for $20. "It wasn't about the money," Dad muttered from the couch. "We just thought someone might appreciate them more. You don't exactly visit." I laughed. I actually laughed. The sound came out jagged like it didn't belong to me. "I don't visit because you gave my room to a dog and used my college fund to buy Tessa a horse-drawn carriage." "Elias, don't be so sensitive," Mom snapped. And there it was again, that line. Like a reflex they couldn't unlearn. Tessa finally stood. "Can we not do this now? It's way too early for another Elias meltdown." Something in me unraveled right then. The quiet part of me, the version that had always backed down, that swallowed disrespect like vitamins. I didn't even raise my voice. I just set the shadow box down gently on the coffee table, reached into my bag, and took out a folded manila envelope. Their eyes shifted to it immediately. Mom frowned. "What's that?" I looked her in the eye, and for the first time in my life, I felt something settle in me. Calm, cold, certain. "This," I said, "this is what changes everything." The silence that followed was different. Not the usual awkward hush that came when I visited, where we all pretended to be a family for 24 hours before I went back to my life and they went back to forgetting I existed. No, this was the kind of silence that felt like the room itself was holding its breath. Mom crossed her arms. "Elias, if this is about money." "It's not about money," I said, cutting her off for the first time in probably 2 decades. My voice wasn't loud, but it was firm. "It's about what respect looks like. It's about the fact that you didn't just sell a piece of metal. You tried to sell the one thing I had left from the only person in this family who didn't treat me like I was defective." Dad's mouth opened, then closed again. Tessa snorted. "Wow, drama much." I ignored her. Instead, I stepped around the coffee table and held the envelope out to my mother. "Take it." She didn't move at first. I could see the suspicion in her eyes, like she expected it to explode or contain glitter or maybe even a subpoena. But finally, she reached out and took it. She opened it slowly, pulling out the neatly folded stack of papers inside. "What is this?" she asked, flipping through the pages. "Bank statements," I said. "From Grandpa's estate account." She blinked. Dad sat up straighter. I continued. "You told me the college fund was gone, that Grandpa must have forgotten to finalize things, that there wasn't anything left." But I started wondering, why would a man like him, a man who wrote down every gas purchase and kept every Home Depot receipt in triplicate, forget to lock in his grandson's college fund? Tessa's mug hit the coaster a little too hard, so I ignored it, walking back to the shadow box and picking it up carefully. I requested copies of his final banking records. Took a while. Had to talk to his lawyer, jumped through some hoops. Turns out the fund was intact until the month after he passed. That's when a large transfer was made to a joint account. "Yours, Mom. The same account you used to pay for the Italy villa." Her face flushed. "Elias, I held up a hand. "Don't. Please. Just don't. You don't understand." She tried again, desperation rising. "Your grandfather, he was old. He didn't know what he was doing at the end. He wanted to help Tessa." "No," I said, looking at her with something like pity. "He wanted to help me. He told me so in his last letter." That was my second surprise. I pulled it from my jacket pocket. A faded envelope with my name, written in Grandpa's neat cursive. I didn't hand it over, just held it up like a final piece of evidence. "He left me a letter," I said, telling me to be patient, that one day I'd need to stand up for myself. And when that day came, I'd know. I saw something flicker in my dad's eyes. Guilt, maybe, or fear. "You went through his stuff before I got there," I continued. "You found the will. You saw the letter and you buried it. You told me he left no instructions, that there wasn't much of value. And now you're selling his medals like they're old action figures from the attic." Mom tried again. "Elias, honey, listen." "No," I said, stepping back. "You listen." And I turned to my sister. "Tessa," I said, "you've burned through 3 husbands, 2 degrees, and now my college fund. You've taken everything that wasn't nailed down and then some. But this is where it ends." She rolled her eyes. "Oh, please, what are you going to do? Sue us?" I smiled. "No, I already did." Her smirk vanished. I turned to my mom again. "That envelope? It's not just bank statements. It includes a notarized statement from Grandpa's lawyer. Turns out he did finalize the beneficiary paperwork. Just never told you. I was named the primary heir to the remainder of his estate." Dad stood now. "That's absurd." "Which means," I continued calmly, "that every dollar in that account after he passed was misappropriated, which is a nice way of saying stolen." Mom paled. "But the account was in my name." "Joint," I said. "But the funds were his. You were only on the account to help him manage things." And you used it for a wedding I wasn't even invited to. The room spun in slow motion. Tessa looked like she'd been slapped. Mom reached for the edge of the table to steady herself. Dad sat back down like the wind had been knocked out of him. And I wasn't done. The lawyer sent a formal demand letter last week. You probably haven't opened it yet. He said it was signed for, though. I have the tracking number. Mom opened her mouth, but no words came out. I'm not asking you to give back the money, I said. I'm forcing it. If you don't respond by the end of the week, we go to court. I have every record, every transaction, every text where you told me the fund must have evaporated. And I have Grandpa's letter. I set the shadow box down gently again. That's what this is about. Not revenge, not money. Respect and closure. Tessa's voice was quiet now. You'd really go to court against your own family? I met her eyes. I've spent my whole life believing I was too sensitive, that speaking up made me the problem. But I finally realized the problem wasn't that I felt too much. The problem was that none of you felt anything. And with that, I turned and headed toward the door. I heard Oliver bark once like he sensed the tension, too. Or maybe he just wanted a treat. As I reached the threshold, I paused. Oh, and the medals, I said without turning around. I'm keeping them. They were never yours to sell. I walked out, sunlight hitting my face like a cleansing wave, and closed the door behind me. The sound echoed like punctuation. The ending wasn't clean. I knew the legal battle ahead would be long and exhausting. But for the first time, I felt like I wasn't fighting alone. I had truth. I had Grandpa's words. And I had finally, found my voice. I didn't cry until I reached the rental car. I don't know what I expected. Maybe some long-buried fantasy of Mom chasing after me in tears, apologizing, begging for forgiveness, telling me I mattered, or maybe just silence. But what I got, sitting there behind the wheel with Grandpa's shadow box buckled into the passenger seat like a fragile passenger, was a flood of emotions so layered I didn't even try to name them. Grief, anger, relief, rage, vindication. All of it hit me at once, hard enough to leave me breathless. My hands stayed on the steering wheel for 10 full minutes before I started the car. I drove aimlessly for a while through the neighborhood, past the park where Grandpa used to take me on early morning walks before the sun got too high. The bench where we used to sit was still there. I parked across the street and just watched it for a while. I hadn't realized how much I missed the quiet until that moment. The kind of quiet that didn't ask me to shrink. That didn't call me too sensitive. Eventually, I checked into a cheap hotel. It was the same one I always used whenever I had to come back, more out of habit than preference. The wallpaper was still peeling in the corners, and the front desk guy still had the same blank stare, like he'd seen too many long nights and too few happy endings. But it was mine for the night, and more importantly, it was not theirs. That evening, I placed the shadow box on the small dresser, propped it up against the wall, and stared at it like it might blink or talk or whisper something only I could hear. It was surreal seeing something so full of meaning treated so carelessly by the people who claimed to honor his memory. But it was mine now. It always should have been. I opened Grandpa's letter again. I'd read it a dozen times, but this time I read it slower, let the words sink deeper. His handwriting was neat, deliberate, like always. He'd written it a few months before he passed, when his hands were already shaking too much to hold a cup without spilling. He had to have spent hours on it, studying each stroke just so I could read it clearly. Eli, if you're reading this, then they've probably already disappointed you again. I hate that I can't be there to stand in the gap like I used to. But son, there's something I need you to understand. The way they treated you, it was never about you. It was about them, their fears, their insecurities. You scared them because you felt too deeply, thought too long, and cared too much. They'll never admit that. But I need you to know you were never too sensitive. You were just too real for people who only knew how to pretend. I left what I could for you. It's not much, but it's yours. Use it how you see fit. And if you ever find yourself wondering whether to stay quiet or speak up, speak loud if you have to. Grandpa. I sat there for a long time after that, just holding the letter. I'd spent my entire childhood and most of my adulthood convinced that maybe if I just tried harder, worked longer, kept my head down, they'd finally love me the way they loved Tessa. That if I gave enough, stayed out of the way enough, I'd be good enough. But now I saw it clearly. They never wanted me to be seen. They wanted me to be useful. The second I stopped being useful, or worse, started asking questions, I became inconvenient, disposable. That realization didn't sting as much as I thought it would. If anything, it clarified everything. The next morning, I got a call from an unknown number. I didn't answer it right away. I let it ring out, watched the voicemail icon pop up, and then curiosity got the better of me. It was my father. His voice was tight, controlled, the kind of tone he used when he was trying to pretend nothing was wrong, but couldn't quite hide the panic underneath. "Elias, we got the papers, and I think you've made your point, but let's not make this ugly. There's no need for lawyers or courtrooms. I know you're upset, rightfully so, but your mother is very emotional right now. And Tessa's, well, she's pregnant again. We just want to move past this. If you'd consider coming over to talk, maybe we can resolve things like adults." I listened to it twice. Pregnant again? Of course. Resolve things like adults, as if I hadn't spent years trying to do exactly that. As if I hadn't already tried every path that didn't involve fire. I didn't reply. Not yet. Instead, I called Mr. Levon, Grandpa's old lawyer. He'd retired a few years back, but agreed to help with the estate because, in his words, "Your grandfather was one of the only decent men I've ever met." I told him what happened. The confrontation, the voicemail, the guilt-laced olive branch. He sighed heavily on the line. "I've seen this kind of thing more times than I can count, Elias. They never expect the quiet ones to push back. And when you do, they scramble. Try to turn your boundaries into threats." "Should I meet with them?" I asked. There was a pause. "I won't tell you what to do," Mr. Levon said gently. "But remember, this isn't just about one conversation. It's about the pattern. Are they trying to make amends? Or just trying to stop you before the consequences land?" That stuck with me. Later that afternoon, I went out to the local strip mall and got a small storage unit. Nothing fancy, just enough to keep the shadow box, the letter, a few keepsakes, and a stack of printed documents. It wasn't home, but it felt safe. A place where no one could throw out my things or sell them to strangers. That night, I got another call, this time from Tessa. I let it go to voicemail again, but she didn't leave one. Just a missed call and a follow-up text. "Can we talk?" "No drama, just you and me." No drama from Tessa. I stared at that message for a long time because deep down I knew something had shifted. She didn't want to talk. She wanted to stop me, and I was just starting to wonder what she'd do to try. I didn't respond to Tessa's text right away. I needed time. Not to calm down, I wasn't angry anymore. I was clear, focused. I needed time to decide what this version of me, one with boundaries and a spine, was going to do next. The next morning, I woke up early and went for a walk around the old neighborhood. It was eerie how little had changed. Same cracked sidewalks, same overgrown hedges where the Martin kids used to hide during hide and seek. The world had moved on, but the ghost still lived here. I passed the house I grew up in, slowing just enough to look at the window that used to be mine. The curtains were new, but the room still looked the same size from the outside, smaller than I remembered. I went back to the hotel, showered, shaved, and changed into clothes that didn't make me feel like a guest in my own skin. Then I called Tessa back. She picked up on the second ring. "Eli?" She breathed like she'd just run a mile. "I didn't think you'd." "Where?" There was a pause. "You mean to talk?" "Yes." "Where?" She hesitated again. "Can we meet at the house? Just us. Not Mom and Dad." That alone told me everything I needed to know. "No," I said. "Neutral ground. Café Amara. 4 p.m. "Seriously?" She huffed. "That place doesn't even have parking." "Then walk." I hung up. Café Amara was small and quiet. The kind of place where people sipped their drinks instead of slurping them, and nobody played music too loud. I got there early, sat at a table near the back, and ordered tea. Not because I wanted it, but because I didn't want to sit there with nothing in front of me. Tessa showed up 10 minutes late, as usual, wearing sunglasses like she was hiding from the paparazzi. When she pulled them off, her eyes were rimmed red. "Oh, good. she said, sliding into the seat across from me. You picked the one cafe in town that smells like lavender and old books. I didn't answer, just waited. She leaned forward. Look, I know things have gotten tense, but we're still family, aren't we? She blinked. Of course we are. You used my college fund 3 times, lied about it, then laughed when they gave my bedroom to a dog. That was Mom's idea, she said quickly. You didn't object. She fell silent. I continued, and you were fully okay with them selling Grandpa's medals. Something you knew he left for me. You think I wanted that to happen? She asked, her voice climbing. I told Mom not to list them. I said it was a bad look. That's not the same as caring. She scoffed. What do you want from me, Elias? A confession? A breakdown? Fine, I messed up. We all did. But dragging us to court? That's insane. What's insane? I said coldly. Is pretending nothing happened. What's insane is rewriting history every time someone calls you out. I'm done being rewritten. She slumped back in her chair. I'm not trying to destroy anyone, I added. I'm trying to reclaim what's mine and Grandpa's. That's all. And if Mom has a heart attack over this? She snapped. If this stress sends her to the hospital, you'll live with that? She's an adult, I said evenly. She made her choices and she can face the consequences. Tessa's jaw clenched. She said she'd give you back the money. Quietly. No lawyers. I raised an eyebrow. And she wants it to go away. It won't. Silence hung between us for a while. Then she leaned forward again, dropping her voice low. There's something you don't know, she said. I tilted my head. She glanced around the cafe, then whispered, They didn't just take the money from your fund. They took more. Explain. She bit her lip, hesitating. You remember the cabin? She said finally. The one Grandpa used to take us to every summer? I nodded slowly. He left that to you too. In the original will. I overheard them talking about it after the funeral. They forged a transfer, refiled some documents, put it in Mom's name. I stared at her, ice settling in my chest. You're lying. I'm not, she whispered. I didn't want any part of it, Eli. I didn't touch the money. But they said, Mom said you wouldn't even care, that you'd never check. My heart pounded. I hadn't even thought to check on the cabin. I assumed it had been sold or passed along without drama. I never imagined they'd go that far. How do you know this? I asked. I found the old will, she said. Before they burned it, I took a photo. You have it. She nodded. But you have to promise not to go after Mom too hard. I narrowed my eyes. Seriously, she said. Just get what's yours. Don't try to ruin her. You don't get to set terms, I said. Not anymore. She sighed. Fine. I'll email it to you. I stood. Do that. And tell her I expect a call. One she doesn't hang up on. I left her there slumped in the cafe seat, sunglasses off, mascara slightly smudged. For once, she didn't have a quip. That evening, the email came through. A clear photo of the original will, signed and notarized, leaving the cabin, the medals, and the estate balance to me. All of it dated 6 months before Grandpa passed. I forwarded it to Mr. Levon. Within 24 hours, the court paperwork was updated. Fraud, forgery, misappropriation of assets. We now had a case that extended beyond simple theft. This was deliberate criminal deception. The first call came from Mom. She didn't sound angry or apologetic. She sounded tired. I always knew you'd turn on us, she muttered. You never understood loyalty. You mean obedience? I said. You'll ruin the family name. No, I said. You did that the second you sold his medals for $20. She hung up. 2 months later, court began. It wasn't a public trial, just hearings, legal motions, but the outcome was decisive. The judge reviewed the evidence, especially the will, and ruled in my favor. I was granted full restitution, the remainder of the estate, repayment of the college fund with interest, and legal ownership of the cabin. The forged documents were voided. The medals were returned under court order, though I already had them by then. Mom and Dad didn't look at me once during the final hearing. They didn't have to, because this time I was the one doing the leaving. Afterward, I drove out to the cabin. It hadn't been touched in years. Overgrown grass, dusty porch, but the foundation was solid. The walls still smelled like cedar and old books. Grandpa's favorite chair was still in the corner, covered in a sheet, untouched by time. I spent the next 6 months restoring it by hand with Grandpa's old tools, piece by piece. And when it was done, I mounted the medals, his medals, on the wall above the fireplace. Not to show off, not to gloat, but because they were finally home. Just like me. That was 2 years ago. I haven't spoken to my parents since. Tessa sends a card every Christmas. Nothing handwritten, just her name in a printed font. I never reply, because sometimes the best revenge isn't a big scene or a dramatic speech. Sometimes it's just this: living your life on your terms, without ever needing their permission. Now on to the next story. Story 7. My name's Ethan. I'm 29 and I rent a modest 2-bedroom apartment just outside the city. There's nothing fancy. Plain carpet, outdated appliances, and the occasional plumbing issue, but it's mine. Or at least it feels like mine. I work full-time at a logistics company. Nothing glamorous, but it pays the bills. I'm up at 6:30 every morning, out the door by 7:15, and usually don't get back home until after 5. That kind of schedule doesn't leave much room for drama, which I've always been grateful for. I like things quiet, controlled, and simple. That was before my sister moved in. Her name's Laura. She's 32 and the golden child in every sense of the word. Growing up, it didn't matter what she did. Late for curfew, wrecked Dad's car, nearly failed out of college. My parents always found a way to spin it in her favor. She's going through a phase. Or, how sensitive she is. Or my personal favorite: Ethan, you should be more understanding. She's your sister. And for the most part, I kept my distance. I didn't fight it. She had her life. I had mine. And we'd cross paths maybe twice a year, usually when our mom forced some kind of family dinner. But about a month ago, I got a call from my mom that flipped everything upside down. "Ethan," she said, voice trembling just enough to sound dramatic, "Laura's going through something. She's not well. Her husband left her." I waited. Okay. She just needs a place to stay for a few weeks, just until she finds her footing. "No," I said immediately. I wasn't trying to be cruel. I knew exactly the kind of storm Laura would bring with her. But it didn't matter. Within hours, I was getting calls from every direction. My dad, my uncle, even my grandmother, who barely remembers my name, but somehow had the clarity to call me and say, "You take care of your family when they need you." Eventually, I cracked. Not because I wanted to, but because I was too tired to keep pushing back. So she moved in. 1 week ago, just one. She showed up with 3 suitcases, a ring light, a stack of Amazon boxes she insisted were work-related, and a tight smile that barely masked how little she wanted to be there either. We went over the ground rules that first night. I told her clearly she could stay for 2 weeks max. No guests, no mess. And this part was key: no remodeling anything. I even said it jokingly, but I meant it. I've seen what she's like. The kind of person who rearranges other people's stuff and then acts offended when you ask her to put it back. She agreed. Sort of. She nodded, said, "Yeah, sure," and then immediately opened a box and started unpacking some kind of LED backdrop with fake vines. I just went to bed. The first few days weren't terrible. Inconvenient, yes. She used my nice towels without asking. Left hair in the drain. Rearranged the fridge, but I bit my tongue. I told myself, it's just 2 weeks. You can survive this. But then on day 5, things started to shift. It was a Thursday. I came home from work, tired as usual, dropped my bag on the couch, and noticed something strange. The door to my bedroom was closed. Not just closed. There were 2 wooden planks nailed across it. I'm not kidding. Actual planks, like someone had tried to board it up during a hurricane. I stood there for a solid 10 seconds just processing. Then Laura came around the corner holding a smoothie and wearing workout leggings like she had just returned from a spa retreat. "Hey," she chirped. "I was going to text you." "What is this?" I said, pointing at the door. "Oh," she said like it was no big deal. I turned your room into my office. Hope that's cool. I blinked. You what? She sipped her smoothie and started walking past me. It's just temporary. You weren't using it during the day anyway. I needed a space that gets natural light. And your room has the best window. I sleep in there, Laura. Well, yeah, but I figured you could crash in the guest room. Well, my room for now. It's just easier. At this point, my voice was rising. You boarded up my door. I had to. She snapped, suddenly defensive. I bought a microphone and new camera gear, and I can't have you going in and messing it up. I have clients, Ethan. Actual clients? People depend on me. What clients? She rolled her eyes. Don't be rude. Just because you don't understand what I do doesn't mean it's not important. She stormed off before I could say anything else. I stood there stunned. I didn't even try to pull the boards off. I was too tired and too angry to deal with it that night. Instead, I slept on the couch. The next morning, she was already gone when I left for work, and by the time I got home, things had escalated even further. The boards were still there, but now, a big printed sign was taped over them. Do not enter. Private workspace. Trespassers will be reported. Reported to who? The apartment authority? I'd had enough. I knocked on the door to what used to be my bedroom. No answer. I knocked again harder. She yelled from inside. I'm filming. Come back later. Laura, we need to talk now. Nothing. I walked away, grabbed my phone, and sat on the edge of the couch trying to calm myself down. I texted her, we need to talk. This isn't okay. No response. So, I did something I had hoped I wouldn't need to do. I called my mom. She answered on the second ring, sounding tired, but expectant, like she'd been waiting for me to call. I know what you're going to say, she started. Do you? I said flatly. She's just stressed, Ethan. You have no idea what she's been through. She's heartbroken. She's trying to rebuild her life. She boarded up my bedroom door. There was a pause then. Well, I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. She replaced the doorknob with one that locks from the inside. Ethan, please don't make this into a bigger deal than it is. That was when I knew I was on my own. I ended the call, got up, and knocked on the door again. Harder this time. Laura, open the door. I'm working, she shouted. I said nothing, just stood there breathing slowly until I turned away and went to the kitchen. I opened the cabinet where I kept my tools, pulled out a screwdriver, and walked back toward the door. I wasn't going to hurt anything. I just wanted my room back. But before I could even touch the first screw, the door swung open. She was standing there, eyes wide. Don't you dare touch that. It's my room. I told you, she said, practically hissing. This is my office now. You agreed I could stay here. I agreed you could stay in the guest room. You don't get to take over the apartment. I need this, she snapped. You have no idea what I'm building. I'm finally getting my life on track and you're trying to sabotage me because you're jealous. I laughed. I shouldn't have, but I couldn't help it. Jealous of what exactly? She slammed the door in my face. And that was the last straw. I picked up my phone, scrolled down to a number I hadn't used in months. My landlord. I stared at the screen for a second, thumb hovering. I knew what would happen once I had called. This wasn't just some roommate spat. It was about to get real. I hit dial. Hey, Mr. Evans, I said when he answered. We need to talk about something. It's urgent. And that's where things really started to unravel. Mr. Evans is in his late 50s, runs a handful of properties around town, and doesn't mess around. He's not one of those laid-back landlords who forgets to fix the sink for 3 months. He's the clipboard type, organized, punctual, and known to swing by unannounced just to make sure the unit isn't being misused. I'd always kept a good relationship with him because I liked living here and didn't want to give him a reason to bump up my rent or be difficult about renewals. When he picked up, his voice was casual. Ethan, what's up? I'm sorry to call like this, I said, already bracing myself. Laura's been staying temporarily, and now she's essentially taken over the apartment. I have a bit of a situation. Oh, he said, neutral but attentive. I explained clearly and calmly what had happened. I told him my sister had been staying temporarily, that I'd allowed it under the assumption it was short-term, and that now she'd essentially taken over the apartment. I emphasized the boarded-up door, the altered lock, and the fact that I couldn't even access my own bedroom. There was a pause on the other end of the line. She did what to your bedroom? Boarded it up with actual wood planks and replaced the doorknob. She's using it as her office. You're paying for the whole unit, he said, mostly to himself. And she's not even on the lease. Exactly. I'll be there tomorrow morning. No, I said. Can you come tonight? That surprised him. You think she'll cause trouble? I think she already has, and I don't think she plans to stop unless someone forces her to. There was a beat then. All right, I'll see what I can do. We hung up. I leaned back on the couch, staring at the ceiling. It wasn't relief exactly, but it was something close. At least now there was a next step. I wasn't just stuck in limbo, waiting for Laura to dig in deeper. It was around 7:30 when she emerged from the room again. She didn't even look at me. She walked straight into the kitchen, humming under her breath, and started making tea like nothing had happened. I didn't say anything either. I was done trying to reason with her. At this point, it wasn't about talking. It was about consequences. She took her time in the kitchen adding honey and oat milk, stirring slowly. Then she finally glanced over and said, "You look mad." I said nothing. She laughed. "Ethan, come on. Don't be such a baby. You're blowing this way out of proportion. If you just let me work in peace, I'll be out of your hair in no time." "You mean in a week like we agreed?" She looked away. "I mean, I might need a little longer. This month's been really hard, and I finally have some momentum going." "You're not staying longer." Her eyes narrowed, but before she could say anything, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Mr. Evans. "Be there in 15. I smiled. "What?" she asked, sensing something had shifted. "Nothing," I said. "Just a little work message." She squinted at me, but I could see the flicker of suspicion in her eyes. She wasn't dumb. Manipulative, yes. Entitled, absolutely, but not dumb. She knew I wasn't going to keep putting up with this. And I think on some level she started to realize that her game was wearing thin. 15 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Laura had gone back into her office, and I walked calmly over and opened it. Mr. Evans stood there in his usual leather jacket and black slacks, clipboard in one hand, phone in the other. "Evening," he said, stepping inside. "Where's your sister?" I pointed at the bedroom door, still boarded up, sign still taped to the front like we were running some kind of back alley medical clinic. He blinked. "You weren't exaggerating." "I wish I was." He walked over and knocked. "Hello, Laura." No answer. He knocked harder. "Miss, I'm the property manager of this apartment. I need you to open this door immediately." There was a long pause, and then finally Laura opened the door a crack, just enough to peek through. "Can I help you?" she said, voice sugary sweet. "Yes," Mr. Evans said. "All business. This unit is leased to Ethan only. You are not on the lease. You are not permitted to alter the property, nor are you allowed to block access to any part of it." "I'm just using the room," she said. "He said I could stay here." "That's not the issue," he said, holding up his clipboard. "You're trespassing. And unless you remove those boards and leave the premises within 24 hours, I'll be forced to escalate this." "I'm his sister," she said, stepping out fully now, arms flailing dramatically. "This is ridiculous. I'm not some stranger." "That doesn't matter," he said unfazed. "You are not legally allowed to occupy this unit, especially not in a way that restricts the leaseholder's access to their own bedroom. That's a breach of your brother's lease and could result in his eviction. So, I'm going to ask you again politely. Start packing." Her jaw dropped. She looked at me like I just betrayed her, like I was the villain in some twisted family sitcom. "You really called your landlord on me?" She spat. "I asked you to leave," I said, keeping my voice even. "You didn't listen." She glared at both of us, then stormed back into the room and slammed the door behind her. Mr. Evans and I just stood there, I'll give her until tomorrow morning, he said. After that, I'm calling in a removal team. If she refuses, the police will be involved and she won't be allowed back. Thank you, I said. He gave me a nod and headed out. And now here I am sitting on the couch writing this, listening to her stomp around in the bedroom like she's trying to summon a demon through sheer rage. She hasn't said a word to me since Mr. Evans left. But I know this isn't over. Not by a long shot. If there's one thing Laura hates more than being told no, it's being held accountable. Tomorrow morning is going to be interesting. It was a long night. I didn't sleep much. Not because I wasn't tired. I was exhausted, but because I couldn't relax with her still in the apartment. Every few hours, I'd hear her pacing, sometimes talking on the phone in that fake soft voice she uses when she wants something. I could hear fragments. He's being completely unreasonable. And it's not illegal if I'm family. And the one that made me actually sit up on the couch. I should have recorded him. I could have made this look like abuse. I didn't say anything, just stared at the ceiling and let it all soak in. This wasn't someone who felt guilty for overstaying her welcome. This was someone trying to spin a narrative where she was the victim. I woke up around 6:30, same as usual, and made myself coffee in silence. Her bedroom, my bedroom, was still shut tight with the boards still nailed in like some kind of petty barricade. I took a picture of it just in case. Then I texted Mr. Evans. She's still here. Boards still up. Just a heads up. He responded immediately. Understood. I'll make the call. Less than an hour later, I heard it. The knock at the door. Not a gentle landlord knock this time either. Firm, serious. I opened it to find 2 uniformed officers standing in the hallway. One male, one female. Calm expressions. Hands resting near their belts. Morning, the male officer said. Are you Ethan? Yes, I said. Come in. They stepped inside, looking around. I gestured toward the boarded-up door. She's in there. That's supposed to be my room. She's not on the lease? The female officer asked. No, I said. She was supposed to stay for 2 weeks. It's been over that. She's locked me out of my own room, changed the doorknob, and refuses to leave. The male officer tilted his head, clearly surprised. She locked you out of your bedroom with actual wood planks? See for yourself. They exchanged a quick glance. Then the female officer walked up to the door and knocked loudly. Ma'am, this is the police. We need to speak with you. There was no answer at first. I was just about to speak up when I heard it. Locks turning. Then the door cracked open and Laura appeared. Barefoot, messy hair. Makeup smudged like she hadn't slept either. What is this? She snapped. Miss, we've been informed that you're living here without being on the lease, the male officer said. We need to verify your identity and have a quick chat about what's going on. I'm his sister, she said, voice rising. I'm not some squatter. He invited me to stay. And he also asked you to leave, the female officer said calmly. Is that correct? She looked directly at me. Her eyes were furious, glassy like she was on the verge of fake tears. So you really called the cops on me? Your own family. I didn't say anything. I just stepped aside and let the professionals handle it. Ma'am, the male officer continued, you need to vacate the premises today. You've overstayed your welcome and your continued presence here is interfering with the leaseholder's rights. We can either handle this calmly or it can escalate into a legal issue. I'm not going anywhere, she said flatly. This is my office. My business runs out of here. You can't just kick me out. The female officer raised an eyebrow. Your office is in someone else's private bedroom that you boarded shut. That's not the point, she said, stepping out further into the living room. He told me I could stay here. He promised. No, I said finally. I said 2 weeks. That was almost 3 weeks ago. You've taken over my bedroom, tampered with the property, and ignored every request I've made. You don't live here. She turned on me. You're pathetic. You couldn't stand me succeeding, could you? That's what this is really about. I'm building something, and you can't stand not being the center of attention anymore. Both officers gave me a look, clearly seeing through the theatrics. The male officer spoke again. Ma'am, you have two options. You can pack your things now and leave voluntarily, or we begin the formal eviction process with a trespassing charge that includes law enforcement supervising your removal. Which do you prefer? She looked like she was about to scream. Her face went red, hands clenched into fists. You know what? She said, shaking her head. Fine. You all want me gone. I'll go. But when Mom hears about this, don't expect to be invited to anything ever again. Not a problem, I muttered under my breath. She stormed back into the room, slammed the door, and started throwing things around. Boxes hitting the floor, drawers opening and slamming shut. The officers stayed near the door, relaxed but watchful. I stood by the kitchen, still unsure if this was really happening. It felt surreal, like the past week had been one long nightmare, and I was finally starting to wake up. Took her about 40 minutes to gather her stuff. A few times she accidentally dropped things loudly. Her makeup bag, a box of LED lights, a ring light that cracked when it hit the floor. She didn't say a word to me as she stomped out of the apartment. Two massive suitcases trailing behind her, arms full of tangled wires and props. She barely even looked at the officers, just muttered, "This is disgusting," under her breath as she left. They followed her out, watched her march down the hall, then turned back to me. She gives you any trouble, call us, the female officer said. Thanks, I said. I appreciate it. They nodded, then left. And just like that, it was quiet again. For the first time in weeks, the apartment felt like mine again. I walked over to my bedroom, and stared at the boards still nailed across the frame. I didn't even know where she got them. Probably one of those Amazon deliveries she kept saying were business tools. I took a deep breath, grabbed my screwdriver, and started prying them off one by one. With each piece of wood I removed, I felt lighter, like I was peeling away layers of someone else's chaos from my life. When the last board came off, I opened the door, and what I saw made my stomach drop. The room was trashed, clothes everywhere, lipstick smeared across the mirror. One of the curtains was ripped, and the smell, strong perfume, maybe 3 different kinds, all battling each other in the air. It was like walking into the aftermath of a tornado that had passed through a Sephora and a temper tantrum. I didn't even know where to start. But I didn't yell. I didn't call her. I didn't even take pictures, though I probably should have. I just stood there in the middle of the room. My room. Let out a slow breath and started cleaning. Not for her, for me. Because I needed my space back. Because I was done giving her the satisfaction of any more of my time, energy, or peace of mind. She didn't message me. Not that day, not the next. But I should have known the silence wasn't peace. It was prep time. By the 3rd day, the texts started rolling in. First from my mom. Mom texted, "Ethan, what did you do to Laura?" Mom texted, "She's here crying. Says the police dragged her out. Are you serious right now?" Then my dad. Dad texted, "I don't want to get in the middle of this, but come on. She's your sister." Then my aunt, who I hadn't spoken to in years. Aunt June texted, "I always thought you were the calm one. I guess I was wrong." Apparently, Laura had spun the story into some big melodramatic sobfest. Ethan betrayed me. He ambushed me with the police. He humiliated me and destroyed my business. She even told them I'd stolen her stuff and locked her out. First, my room, by the way. My family, being the Olympic-level enablers that they are, didn't even question her version. I ignored the texts, every single one. But on the 4th day, my mom called. Not text, called. I let it go to voicemail, but she called again. Then again. Eventually, I picked up because I figured I might as well get it over with. The second I said hello, she exploded. "How could you?" I held the phone away from my ear and let her get through the first 30 seconds of yelling before calmly responding, "Hi, Mom. Good to hear from you, too. Don't you dare be sarcastic with me, Ethan," she snapped. "You had her removed from your home by the police. She refused to leave. You could have talked to her." I did. Multiple times. "She's your sister. She just went through a breakup. She's hurting." And instead of healing, she boarded up my bedroom and tried to take over my life. Sounds healthy. She told me you screamed at her. She screamed at me. I just called the person who actually has the authority over this apartment when she refused to go. She had nowhere to go. I paused. Oh, so where is she now? Silence. She's here, my mom admitted. We told her she could stay until she finds her feet. Ah, I said, letting the sarcasm drip. So I didn't leave her on the street like she told everyone. Good to know. You're being cruel, Ethan. I took a breath, stood up from the couch, and walked into my clean bedroom. The smell was finally gone. No, I said. You know what's cruel? You're raising two kids completely differently and expecting the one you always guilt-trip to clean up the other's messes. You all act like I'm heartless, but I'm not. I just finally hit a point where I realized I was being used again. I gave her a place to stay, and she tried to push me out of my own home. That's not hurt. That's not grief. That's entitlement. She's family, and I've spent my whole life being told that means I'm not allowed to have boundaries. That ends now. There was a pause. I could almost hear the wheels turning, like she wanted to say more, but couldn't find the words that would still make her sound like the reasonable one. She'll get her life together, my mom said quietly, almost like a warning. She just needs time. Great. Let her take all the time she needs with you. Then I hung up. Felt final. Not dramatic, not angry, just done. Over the next few weeks, word got around. Some relatives called to check in, which really meant they wanted gossip. I didn't entertain them. I kept things short, polite, and ice cold. The message was clear. If you're here to lecture me, you can go. As for Laura, she stayed with our parents for a while. At first, she acted like a guest of honor, playing the victim card, soaking up their sympathy, floating around in silk robes while she restructured her business. But eventually, the cracks showed. She left makeup stains on the furniture, took over the guest room and turned that into her new workspace, ordered takeout on their card, left dishes in the sink, and slept until noon. My dad started calling me more often, not to scold me this time, but to ask questions. Did she do this at your place, too? Yep. Did she really put boards on the door? Yep. She left her ring light on all night. The electricity bill's up $60. Sounds about right. By month 2, I got the message I've been waiting for. Dad texted, "She's moving out. Your mom finally told her she's on her own. We should have listened to you." I didn't reply. I haven't spoken to Laura since. I don't know where she lives now or if her little business ever took off. I don't ask. I blocked her number, muted the family group chat, and finally drew the line I should have drawn years ago. Some people will call it cold, others will call it selfish. Me? I call it peaceful. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.